Good morning, Adobe Live family. My name is Meghan Billy, and I'm here with a very special guest today, Don Marshall.
Pleasure to be here. Hello, everybody.
And this is a super, super exciting day. So we have a boot camp for you all scheduled for the whole day. And what we're going to be talking about is how to make money doing what you love. And in this case, what you love, hopefully, is creativity, because that is what we're going to be showing you, how to use the Adobe ecosystem and some other great partners to make money with your designs.
That's us.
Yes.
That's us.
So that's a great segue. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Don. Tell us what we're going to be doing and about our special partner that we're partnering with today.
Absolutely. So hi, everybody. I am Don Marshall. Some of you may know me online as the obscure Lord of the Rings facts guy, a nickname I did not pick for myself, but it's stuck. And we are here with the team that I'm working with at Amaze, at Teespring, to bring everything about the creativity that basically anyone can do within the Adobe process and make some money off of it like I did. I'm kind of the weird prime example that everyone goes to at the office when they're like, hey, you're a creator, but you also work with us. Tell us how to do it. And here we are doing it.
So tell us a little bit more about your channel, the obscure Lord of the Rings facts. What does that mean? I know we have some fans in the chat.
I certainly hope so. Yeah, if you're a Lord of the Rings fan out there, this is going to be a really fun few hours as we do this. So I really liked Lord of the Rings growing up. Just fell in love with the books, fell in love with the movies, and just kind of never stopped reading them, never stopped watching the movies, never stopped doing anything. Thank you. I'm a nerd at heart, and this is like my nerd place that I need to be. So I started one night, it was Thanksgiving of 2020, right in the middle of the pandemic, had no creative outlet, no idea what to do. As I'm sure some people feel here sometimes, it's like, I just need something to do. I need something to be creative. And I picked up my phone and I corrected a guy on the internet because he was wrong about something, and thankfully he's a good buddy of mine now. I corrected him and I made a video, and then I was like, hey, this is fun. I could do like 6 more of these. And so I did. I was up until 3 o'clock in the morning that night making videos, and the rest is history. I started getting really creative with like, oh, okay, we could do maybe some merchandise or maybe some artwork or maybe a Discord server. And it all just kind of snowballed to the point where I made a video, oh gosh, this was December of 2020, probably 2 months in. And I was like, what if we translated something into Elvish from the Lord of the Rings? For those of you that don't know, there is an Elvish language. I know a smattering of a few words, but please don't shun me on my pronunciations. But we did just like a very random t-shirt drop just to see if anybody would be interested. And the video went viral. So we got very lucky. And here I am, nearly 5 years later, teaching people on Adobe how to do the exact same thing that I did. So we've really come full circle in terms of my creative process.
Amazing, amazing. So tell us a little bit then more about Amaze and Teespring and how that helped that journey.
Yeah, this has been an absolutely wild journey for me because I didn't initially work for them. I was using, at the time it was Teespring, and it's now been taken over by Amaze. So this whole process was just me trying to create something out of nothing. I didn't really know what I was doing. And so I went online and I was looking for a merchandise company that was good with creators, that could, help me source all of my creativity and put it out there and make some money from doing it. So we did, and then we launched our first shirt, and thankfully the folks saw how well the merchandise was doing, and I got a representative there who's Kelly, who is a dear friend of mine and now a coworker. So Kelly, if you're watching this, hello. And I just sort of kept going and asking them, hey, can I do this? Can I do this? And kind of pushing that creative envelope to try and create new things, whether that was artwork, whether that was design, whether that was new products or things that I always wanted to do but had never had the opportunity to do. And we just kind of kept growing, and I've been fortunate enough to grow with the company, along with a lot of other really talented creators that are a part of this.
Amazing. I am going to drop the link to Teespring in the chat so that everyone here can follow along with what we're doing. That is in the chat now, so you can check it out yourself. And let's get into it, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
let's do
so
it.
the plan today is we are going to show your creative process,
Mm-hmm.
what it's like to be a creative that has these ideas in your mind, get them down on paper,
Mm-hmm.
and then we do have an afternoon session at 12,
Mm-hmm.
12, and we will show you the whole process, like how to get everything into Amaze, how to set your own shop, and how to actually start making money from that. So let's get into it.
Let's do it.
I think one thing to mention too is like what's amazing about Amaze is that you can amazing about Amaze
I do it literally every day. I literally do that every
is
day.
that it's for anyone. So this is a great example because Don is a creative professional. You'll see he is going to be in Photoshop, and we're going to be working in Photoshop to design something. We're also going to come over to my computer a little bit later and show, as someone who is a novice creator. I'm a creator, right? But
there you go.
maybe just getting started in things, and how I can also design, and both can be amazing products in Amaze.
Yeah.
So let's get into it.
Let's do it.
Hop
Yeah.
over to your screen.
All right, so we are in Photoshop in my screen. So we've got my little
On the
pencil
iPad,
here on
just
the
so everyone
iPad, doing a little squiggly lines just to make sure that it shows up. So I have done a few. I would not necessarily consider myself the most creative person, but one of
I
the
disagree.
Thank you. I've been fortunate enough that I have been able to be surrounded by so many creative people. So today we're just going to do a very silly just outline of my face with a little bit of Elvish and make myself into a little hobbit. So I'm just going to go into Photoshop or Express, kind of just get some soft round edges, and we're going to just start with a little bit of just like some hobbit hair. And again, I want to be very clear. I am a professional. My artistic skills, very much not professional. You're gonna get the
No, you'll see later. There's some great stuff on Don's shop. We are live, everyone. So if you do have any questions for us, for Don, please drop them in the chat. We also have Cody, and I see socials and stilettos. Brittany, hi. Ooh, Brittany said they have never seen Lord of the Rings.
You know what? That's okay. I will say this to anybody that is watching right now. The Lord of the Rings is not necessarily for everyone. Give it a shot if you like it. I will also say, and this is potentially a very controversial take, so maybe clip this.
Hot take.
I don't think the extended editions of the movies are what people should see first. I think people should see the theatrical versions. And that's my hot Lord of the Rings take for the day. You will not be getting any more from me.
Tell us if you agree in the chat, friends.
All right. So we are going to work on my hair first with a little bit of brown in there. Getting that in there. Mixing it in. I feel like I'm creating a character from Baldur's Gate. What do you need?
Oh, we got a little studio manager interruption.
This is great. This is back when I was a journalist. This is just exactly what I had to deal with all the time. It's like, hey, it's not working. You're doing something wrong. Your tech is incorrect.
Thanks, studio manager.
Thank you. Much appreciated. So then we're going to go, I have brown eyes, so we're going to go slightly darker.
So you're just drawing.
Right now, literally, I am just drawing a picture, but the goal of this is to show you my lack of artistic talent, but also how easy it is so that if you want to improve your artistic talent, if you want to do something, even if it is as silly as drawing a picture of your face on it, you can do it.
You just got to get started, right?
You literally, that's all you have to do. This is one of those things that I love about the creative process is that no matter what you are, small business owner, a 14-year-old in his room just trying to make something, you can do it. And that is sort of the beauty of all of this. All right, so we're gonna go to black. I'm gonna give myself, my glasses are, I guess, technically square-ish with a little bit of a extra line there. And again, very professional stuff. Very professional stuff.
Though, the thing is...
Oh, that's not good enough.
This is reminding me, did you ever watch Phineas and Ferb when you were a
Yes,
kid? That's
yes.
what it's reminding me.
You know what? I'm doing my best to channel Phineas and Ferb right now. Thank you.
But the whole point, you guys, is that this is Amaze and Adobe Express and Photoshop and all of the tools. Anyone can use them.
Yes, even a terrible artist like me.
I don't think this is terrible.
Well, you're very kind and also incorrect.
Okay, let's see what's happening in the chat here. They're just saying, welcome, Don.
Oh, thank you.
Everyone, hello. Is there...
I gave myself too much of a chin there, but I really like it, so I'm just going to let it go.
Ooh, Hazel saying, indeed, if you read Tolkien at all, do theatrical. Get it out of your system before the extended version.
Yes.
So it's not a
yes.
hot take.
Thank you. Someone agrees with my hot take. This is amazing. I love it. All right, so now we have to do my favorite part, which is extend the brush. Just give it that little extra something for the beard. And then I just do a little squiggle there. We're getting there. As silly as it looks, we're getting there. Now, as ridiculous as this may be, it is one of those things that I always want to stress, that you do not necessarily, oh, I look angry there. You do not have to be a good artist in order to do something like this. So, get a little bit more shading there. And then this is just my face with boom, boom, boom. I don't like that at all. I gotta get a smaller brush. Get in here.
Okay, while you're doing this, our studio manager needs to do a quick little check on your
iPad.
iPad.
Let's do it.
So we are going to cut away from your iPad.
Don't destroy my beautiful artistic creations, please, though.
Besides Lord of the Rings, is there anything else that inspires you to be creative?
Oh gosh, capitalism mostly, but also But also, God, I love the creative process. It's been absolutely wonderful over the course of the last 4.5 years, being able to bring all of these. Oh, look, there I am again. Bring all of these just creative thoughts and processes to whatever I want to do. You know, whether it's a silly little stick figure of my head or something else. Just being able to say, hey, if you want to check this out, you absolutely can.
Great. Okay, now we can see your whole Photoshop.
Yes.
So we can see what you're actually doing.
There we
with
go.
There we go. With the pen tool.
It's mostly just the brush tool. I do want to be very
tool.
clear.
Okay.
I am going to erase just a little bit here to just get the lines a little smoother. Again, very professional stuff.
Okay, Jess is saying that you nailed the sketch, so
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not the only one.
This is, hang on, can I, hang on, because I'm backwards here.
Not bad.
All right, so something just as easy as this, we're now going to turn myself into a hobbit. So I'm wearing, you know, kind of a vest. I was thinking of wearing just like a weird 3-piece suit that was green and dressing
You were
up
gonna
like
wear that.
I was thinking about it. I didn't want to lean too much into it. It was a little bit too on the nose.
Oh, we like it. We
Thank
like
you.
when you lean in, except if it was green, your face would be floating.
And that you very specifically told me
Yes.
don't wear anything green on this, so I have to be very careful. Although, if for some of you that will see, my baby Yoda has sometimes keyed out on the bottom of any of this. So we've given myself a neck, and now I need to give myself a nice little button-up shirt. So we're gonna give myself a collar right here, and we're gonna leave the first button unbuttoned because this is a relaxed stream, so we're not gonna do too much crazy there.
We did get a comment in the chat about how to get to Spring, and there is, to answer your question, the creator-spring.com is the same program that we're working on, or we'll get into a little bit later. We can drop the link again in the chat so everyone has it and can follow along.
Absolutely. So what I'm actually going to do is, can we cut away so I can use a copyrighted reference photo? Just real quick, I want to make sure that I get this as accurate as humanly possible for as silly.
And I'm dropping that into the chat so everyone can follow along with us.
Okay, so it's like
Check it out, because it's actually really easy to use, which I was shocked at, because, you know, some of the other stuff out there, it's like not as easy to use, but this, truly anyone can use it.
For how simple it is, it was actually one of the reasons that I decided to go with Spring, just because I needed something that I knew how to use, because I very much do not know how to use a decent amount of the things that we have there. Yeah, exactly. I was not a very techie person before this. I didn't know how to do chroma key. I didn't know how to do any of that lighting or anything. So we're gonna go from white, and I'm gonna find just like a nice earthy brown tone for the, oh, that is too big. Make that a little
You got some great fans in the chat. We love the attention to detail.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Yeah, this is one of those things where I love coming online for stuff like this because I get to sort of show off my version of fans to everyone else that has other fandoms as well. So I am just gonna shade that in a little bit.
While you're doing this, I want to see who are those Lord of the Rings nerds in our chat.
Oh,
so
yes, please.
Please drop, what, your favorite character? What should we have them
favorite?
drop?
Actually, you know what? Drop your favorite obscure Lord of the Rings fact in the
Yes,
chat.
duh.
And am I allowed to like rate people's obscure facts if they
Sure.
want to?
Make them good, guys.
Yeah, I mean, not to brag, but
A lot
I
of
know
pressure
about
here.
it. I know a lot about it. I'm just trying to do my best. All right. So we've got this here, got something very silly. Oh, that's too thick on the, there we go. So give myself a nice little collar there. All right. So we're gonna give myself the arms there. And then I'm gonna give myself, have you ever seen The Lord of the Rings?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm going to give myself the Lothlorien. Well, I don't like to assume for most people because sometimes, you know, the Lord of the Rings is not necessarily for everyone. But I'm going to give myself a nice little Lothlorien cloak, and I'm going to be sort of billowing in the background. Yeah, let's do it this way. So I'll be like Superman here. Again, we maintain a very high level of professionalism. I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. And that's the beauty of it. We're just going to get rid of it. Okay, so this is about as creative as I can be. Now, as you can see, not terribly good. This is just about as silly as it gets. But if we go in and we export this.
Yeah, we got a good question while you're exporting this. Andrew is asking how you can make money with this design. So yeah, we're actually just putting together a cute little character that Don will then take into Spring and be able to create something. So we're gonna definitely show that, Andrew, so stick around. We're just showing right now how easy it is to create something that you can then put on a product in Spring. So stick around, Andrew, and we'll definitely show you how to monetize this beautiful drawing that Don is working on.
You are very kind for using that adjective, but that is not the word I would use. Okay, so we've got our little eyes here, got an ear off to this side. Nice little, what do you think?
Yeah. He looks great.
Thank you, thank you. I'll give myself a little bit more of a looped ear there.
I would love him on a t-shirt.
You think so?
I would.
Why don't we put it on a t-shirt? You want to put it on a t-shirt now?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's put this on a t-shirt.
We can come back and make it a little cuter later, but let's just show the people what they want.
All right, so we have to publish and export here. Amaze works with PNGs, JPEGs. It does not work with PSDs. Fun fact, before I was a professional creator, I was unsure on how to, there's all of my coworkers. Do we mind maybe cutting away just so I don't accidentally give away all of my coworkers? Sorry, guys. All right,
good.
so we're gonna share that.
So he's just downloading it right now as a PNG?
Yeah, PNG, JPEG, whatever works. I typically try and go for the highest quality or something that's optimized for the web. Makes it a little bit easier for me to get that. Photoshop, I've absolutely given you full permission already to do that. All right, so get rid of the Frodo costume because I don't need that.
Okay, so now we're in Spring.
Now we are in Spring. Now I have sort of already gone through the login process. This is just, there's a big button in the top left-hand corner that just says create products. And honestly, that was one of the reasons. The website is
very straightforward.
Very straightforward. Yeah. It was also one of the reasons that I picked them because I was really unsure about how a lot of things worked with something like this.
Yeah.
So I am just thrilled that it worked as easily as it did. So I'm gonna go up to add image. From my photo library, I'm going to choose the very silly one. And then look, it's right there. Now, for this, being as small as it is, the resolution is not great. I would need to make it bigger and export it. But what I like, I'm a huge fan of just the thing in the little corner there.
Yep.
So all you do is you export it.
It's cute. Actually, I actually love it. I'm not just saying that to be nice. It's actually cute.
You can get yours at my shop as soon as if I launch this during the live stream, how many sales do you think? So this is something that we do. You just, as easy as it was, I had my original design. It was in Elvish, and I just literally uploaded it and put it on. If I wanted to make it a little bit bigger, so this is the preview option. I'll sort of, oh no, I got to scoot out of the way this way.
Yep.
In the design option, so you have the add image, the add text. So if you select it, you can literally move it anywhere within the space. I could put it up front, and it literally is just as simple as drag and drop. As I'm staring at this, I like it more, and I'm starting to appreciate the irony.
Right? Do we put it on your shop?
I might put it on my shop right now. Let's see. Limited time only. This live stream only.
Yeah, just for today.
So once we've got, I'm going to continue to keep it in the right corner though, because that is just sort of where I prefer most of my designs to be, but we'll make it a little bit bigger. So we get to go into the preview. So now, once we've got sort of the white portion of it on the white background with the transparent background from the Photoshop, we add in our colors. You do kind of have to be careful about what you are utilizing, because sometimes If it's a white background, if it's a transparent background, you can get something like that. I typically try and keep all of mine white because it looks a little bit cleaner in there. But if you go into design, you can click continue. And once you're done that, you can basically add any styles you want. So I have the unisex classic pullover hoodie. And so that's just sort of the standard one that I go to. All of my merch.
Yeah.
I love hoodies. I don't know if you're like a hoodie person.
I'm not. I'm a crew neck girl.
All right, well, let's add the crew neck here. So we add that, and it is added to our sort of style for things. And then we can add another long sleeve. And then let's make myself a sticker. Sure. So once we're done selecting what we want for these 4, and we can add more if we want a little bit later, I'm going to go in and I am going to click the unisex classic crew neck sweater and bring it in here. And so we can keep it on there just as like random. Okay, got to make it higher resolution. Keep it smaller, keep it up there. And then you can add.
Gonna do this,
oh, yep,
right?
oh, yep, thank you. I have a meeting in a little bit. It's gonna be canceled. I want this in red. I want this in, what's your favorite color out of all of these?
The blue.
The blue?
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of the blue. I didn't export it as a transparent background, so I might need.
That's okay. I'll show you later how to do it.
Perfect. All right. So then we click continue, and then we go into anything else we want. So like this is going to be the sticker.
Stickers.
Yep. And what you can do once you're done with all of that is you can set the price. So I'm going to make, let's make these $7 or $7.99. It will show me the profit. It will show me all of that there. We can also go into advanced. You can also show how you can select the view. So for example, just the sticker, you're only going to see the sticker. But if I were to go into the unisex, pick the purple, pick the gray, and then select the white, but I really wanted something like, I really want everyone to see the back. So maybe instead of it being on the front, it goes on the back, or I want to keep the front, I can also feature a specific color. So
this is on the listing.
This is on the listing itself. So the first thing that people would see is, oh, the purple one instead of just the white one. So you can kind of, I mix and match my design. I'll show you the storefront when we're done here momentarily, to just be able to change how it is. And then we can click continue. You can have a max of 15 products. But we've also got a whole bunch of new stuff. So you ready to go through literally everything I can put my face on?
I'm ready. So, put your face on it.
Obviously, bestsellers is the things that I'm going to recommend we do to start. If you're new to this, that's what I did. I was like, oh, okay, t-shirt, boom, mug, boom, stickers, boom. But then we've also got a bunch of new products. So we've got some of the True Transfer stuff. We have things like the Conscientious collection. We have stuff for kids and babies. I know someone backstage was making some baby stuff.
We got some teen baby stuff going on here.
Let's go ahead. You want to make a onesie with my face?
Gosh,
so we can select the onesie. We can go into edit, and then I can put that wherever it needs to be. It comes in pink, blue, and black. We'll just stick with the white for now.
Oh my gosh, this is too cute.
Set the price, $1,000. No, I'm kidding. And so for this,
I love that it shows you what the profit is going to be.
That was also one of the really helpful things, because I was like, okay, how much am I going to be able to do this in the sort of like creative stuff that I don't know how to do?
Yeah.
So we can make the featured color white. If I wanted to make it pink, we could set it to pink. Click continue, and then kids pullover. That's another option. We come back to new products, and then hats. So fun fact,
bucket hat.
For the session we're gonna have 2 from now, the hat itself was one of our best selling products. I don't necessarily know if it's gonna work on.
This is interesting.
Yeah, so
the
some of
these
these mock-ups are, you gotta be very creative with where you put it.
Yeah, this would be great if you have like a pattern, though.
Yes.
And you can see where the pattern is gonna line up on the hat.
100%. All right, so we go to preview, and then, hang on, bring that panel to the front.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yep, and then you can just, this is what I did for just like hours. I just played around with it. All right, so what I want to do is I want to show off the colors. So I'm going to export this as the transparent background. I'm going to go back into my snapshot. All right, we've got to, oh, hang on, get rid of that.
So downloading it as a transparent.
Yes, downloading it because we had it as gotta have a PNG on the largest, export, save image, go back in here. So let's say, this is a really great example actually of how easy it is to get things done. Let's say I wasn't a fan of the design but we've already created the
Yeah, we've
things we
already
want to
put
do.
it on a bunch of stuff.
So what I can now do then is we'll go into, we can also look at the back versus the front up here. We'll go ahead, click that.
I love that you're doing all of this on the iPad, by the way.
It's literally
it makes it
is
so
that
you can do it literally wherever you are.
Is that easy? And I'm gonna go ahead and actually go backwards a few steps to delete a few things. So let's say I'm not really a fan of the classic long sleeve. Get rid of it, and you can just delete it. So you go in, you edit, add image, photo, library, boom. There we go. Okay, so let's say I didn't like the image that I was choosing because it had the white background. I did it by mistake. So what we're now gonna do is just delete that, re-upload the new one, and then suddenly, boom.
Great.
So we go down. You said your favorite color was the blue.
Blue.
All right. So I look ridiculous in the blue.
Yeah, you look a little, the hair. It's
It is the hair. It is the hair.
Okay, what about the light blue?
Okay, the light blue, let's see how we do. I like the
That's
light blue.
better.
I like
Much
the light
better.
blue.
Okay.
So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna scroll down. We're gonna make this $41 instead. We go down to advanced, and then you like the blue, I like the blue. We're gonna make the light blue exactly what we want there. So we click continue, and then same sort of deal. Let's say we wanted the classic long sleeve. See, what they didn't know is I was doing the JPEG thing on purpose because I wanted to be able to show just how easy it was.
Right.
So we've got this.
All in the plan.
It's all in the plan. It's all in the plan. All right. Okay, so here's another option. Got to go in. We've got to delete it. We've got to add the image again. Boom, 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 and then this one. Oh God, I look a little troubled in this one. The bigger I get,
a little bit
on
of
this.
an evil elf.
Yeah, a little bit of an evil guy.
That's okay.
You know what? I'm gonna do my best though. All right, so put it up in the top right corner. Find the colors that I want. I'm a huge fan of the green because
Green matches the theme
it
that
does.
we're going for
It does.
here.
It does. It
Yep.
does. And we're gonna make that. Let's say $32. Go to advanced. Same sort of deal. You can select whether you want them to see the front or the back. You can select which color you want. Super easy. So, you want to get into the weird stuff?
Sure.
All right. What products? How about my face on a pillow?
I was literally about to say home decor.
So home decor is one of them. Actually, before a face on a pillow, how about me on a shower curtain? This is one of my favorite
Again,
things.
maybe if you have a pattern, that would be better on the shower curtain, but sure.
If anybody buys the shower curtain, I'll sign it. I'll sign the shower curtain. If you can send me your shower curtain, I'll sign it. All right, so make that a little bit smaller. So it figures in with the, how's chat looking? Is chat having a good time?
Chat's having a great time. Yeah. Jess on the YouTube chat is chatting away. I love
Excellent.
it. She was saying that she's been working on a skateboard graphic, one being Godzilla versus Chuck Norris. That would be funny on a t-shirt.
That's an awesome design.
Yeah.
I would absolutely buy that.
That would be hilarious.
What is your favorite colored shower curtain? Asking the hard-hitting questions here on the live stream. Let's do a light baby blue
Sure.
then. How about that?
Yeah.
All right, so we've got our shower curtain. We've got our classic long sleeve. The options are literally endless. We can go for a bath mat. We can go for a welcome mat, blankets with my face on it, pillows. This is one of my favorites. Select product, add it, boom, and we're done. And so what this really just gives you is the option to do anything as silly or serious as you possibly want. So if you want Godzilla and Chuck Norris to fight each other, you absolutely can do that. So we've got all of this. We've got the different colors, color pillow. Let's do a, oh, I picked the wrong one. So we got to add the image back in again. I look like a demon in that one.
A little bit.
A little bit?
Yep.
Chat, what do you think? Has the demon, how about the even dark? Oh, that's even worse.
Oh, I like that better, actually.
Yeah.
A little better.
What's that character from Baldur's Gate? I look like Raphael a little bit. So this is another thing that I wanted to show off. There are different sized various things. So,
oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So for example, the pillows, you can get a 16 by 16, 18 by 18, or a 20 by 20. You can make them all the same price. You can also make them a little bit more expensive. I'm gonna go ahead and turn on Do Not Disturb here we go. Boom, boom, silence all notifications. So $28.99 for the 16 by 16. Let's make that $1 more, and let's make that $2 more.
Okay.
So we click continue. All right, so let's say in some bizarre world, I really want to sell an indoor pillow, a unisex pullover hoodie, a shower curtain, and a classic long sleeve, right? These are just the things.
You're about to get a lot of orders, so this making money over here.
100%. Let's say I want to add a few more other things. So we have very cool things like tech accessories. So we'll go into here and I can select from, we've got iPhone cases, Samsung cases. The iPhone Tough cases are quite nice. I have one on my phone as well. You get a lot of things like AirPad cases, desk mats, Apple Watch bands that you can select. And literally just when I say the creative possibilities are endless, I do truly mean it, because it is a question not of what they have available, but what you want.
Yeah.
One of the bigger things that we did not have available 2.5 years ago, so we just kind of made it, and now
Amazing.
It's on the store.
I think just to give a recap of anyone that's just joining, what we did was we created this cute little character, or Don created this cute little character based on himself in Photoshop, just using the brush tool. And then we brought it into Amaze, and we are putting it on different products to sell.
Yeah.
As you can see, like in the green under each, like the shower curtain, you can see the price that the consumer will buy it at, and then the profit that we'll make off of it when we sell it. So that's just a little recap of what we're doing.
How about footwear or stuff for your pets?
It's endless.
And honestly, that was one of the reasons I was like, why am I not doing this for everything? There is a maximum of 15 products per item, because obviously we don't want to go too overboard, but going overboard is sort of where I live. That is where the fun exists in all of this.
We've got some merchandise managers in the chat, so this
excellent.
is perfect.
All right, well, I hope you're all enjoying this. The management for this sort of thing is exactly what I love doing. More home decor, again, bath mats. You can do it as puzzles.
I love the water bottle.
The water bottle, the drinkware is great because we have more options than just the one. It's the 20-ounce stainless steel. We've got the mug with my face on it. The wine tumbler. The wine tumbler's quite good. I actually own one of those myself. Doesn't have my face on it, but maybe I buy one. And then wall art. I have a lot of wall art there as well.
Oh, that's nice. Wall art. Okay. So then once you got all your stuff in there.
Yes. So I've got my indoor pillow. I've got my shower curtain. I've got my Apple Watch rose gold band. All of that is done. I'm ready to go. I click continue. I've set my price. I've got all of my colors. I give a name for this. So we are just going to say Don Marshall image. Obviously, I want to do something a little bit more creative than that, though. That was what I would name it. So let's say Don...
Yeah, Eric has a really good question at the chat. He said, how are you supposed to get sales in a sea of mugs with maybe other people's faces on it?
Oh, it is a great question. I am fortunate enough that I have a following that I can tap into and say, hey, I have made these very, very silly designs. If you like the very silly designs, you can go to my shop and you can buy them. But one of the ways I did it right away when I didn't have that kind of following is I just shared my artwork. I shared my joy. I think the exact lines were, I hired someone to translate something into Elvish. And that was the hook. And really, a lot of it just comes down to putting yourself out there.
Yeah.
Kind of like how we are now. Obviously, we are in a very different situation. I'm at the Adobe headquarters. This is wild. We're at a green screen. There's professional cameras here. But the long and short of it is, if you have a phone and you have an internet connection, you have everything you need.
Yeah.
And I love that.
Yeah, one thing that we've talked about too is like utilizing the network that you do have.
Yes,
so
very important.
People that follow you on social media, people that you maybe have a network with in person, just putting yourself out there, like you said, like,
100%.
hey, I have a shop if you're interested in any of the art that I'm doing.
Yeah.
And you never know where that's going to take you.
That's the beauty of social media these days, is
Yeah.
that there are so many groups of people out there that are interested in buying this stuff, in making this kind of stuff, that, you can find a group of people that, the Lord of the Rings community already existed, and I was fortunate enough to be able to be a part of it. And if you have an interest in something, whether it's something like pop culture, whether it's anime or movies or TV or any of that stuff, it's super helpful to just be able to find that community of people and be supported by those people. So I fully recommend, find yourself a nice group of friends online and start there, and you should be good to go.
Yeah, here's what we'll do actually. I think Brittany is in the chat and Social and Stilettos, which is our agency for our social media. If you follow us on Instagram, and maybe Jacob, you can throw up our Instagram, the Adobe Live Instagram. If you follow us on Instagram and DM us a shop that you set up, we will help you promote it on the Adobe Live Instagram.
Hey!
This week only.
This week only.
Actually, no, not just
Today only. Right now. You have to do it right
today.
now.
we will help support our community. That's what we're here for. So if you are a creative and you are looking to get started with a shop like this, DM us on Instagram. We are happy to help share to our audience. Yes, Brittany is here.
Hello,
she
Brittany.
will help you. Thank you, Brittany.
I love it. Thank you so much, Brittany. Okay, so shall we keep going?
Yes, let's
All right.
keep going.
So we've got the title of this. We were going to call it Cartoon Don because it is actually Cartoon
Elf Don.
Hobbit Don.
Hobbit.
Yeah, technically, I'm wearing Frodo's.
Technically,
Look, I'm the
okay.
obscure Lord of the Rings facts guy. I have to be
right.
very specific, otherwise my whole name it doesn't work. All right, description. One time, Don Marshall went to Adobe and made a silly design. This merchandise is the result of that silliness. 3 exclamation points, because that's the kind of person I am. All right, so we have got the description, we've got the title. I'm going into advanced, because what I can do then is I can edit the URL, which is super helpful because it just lets me create something super simple and super easy. So we're just gonna call this creator. It will be my shop name, but we're just gonna call this Cartoon Don. Boom. Now, visibility, super important. Whenever I am creating products, I almost never make it public instantly. I will today because I'm a man of my word. You can buy this if you really want to.
We're going to drop it in the chat.
We're going to drop the link in the chat in just a moment when this goes live. But what I do is I set it to private or I set it to unlisted. Private and unlisted is super helpful, especially if you're not ready to launch yet, if you're still trying to work out the kinks. You can get things done, you can get things set up. Unlisted is super great, especially for folks that maybe want some sort of exclusivity. I have a Patreon myself, which is where I'm able to sort of say, hey, this is exclusive. Only you guys get access to this.
That's another great place to promote.
Yep. And this is sort of one of those places, or one of these options that sort of allow you to do what you like and how you want to do it. I'm going to make this public, though.
Is this the right shop to share?
Yeah, that is exactly my shop. We're not live quite yet.
Not yet, but we will be.
But I can add it to an existing store. I also currently only have the one store, but there are ways to make multiple stores if you are one person doing multiple stores.
Niches.
Exactly. Maybe you don't like the Lord of the Rings. Maybe you like One Piece. Maybe you like The Ancient Magus Bride. Maybe you like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, and you want a store for all of those anime.
I don't know.
There you go. Any anime fans in the chat? Do we have any anime fans? So we're then going to, as easy as that is, that took me 37 minutes since this stream started. Launch listing.
We're chatting. It would have taken
this would have taken like 20
10 minutes.
Yeah, not
maybe.
even. Not even.
Oh my gosh, Justin is in the chat. Hi, Justin.
Hello, Justin.
Justin's one of my favorites.
Oh, hi. All right, so we are preparing to launch the listing.
Okay.
We will be here in a moment once it is done.
I'm ready to drop the link.
I do it. And again, these will be for sale. You do not have to buy any of it. This is about as silly as my merchandise gets. So have you ever made merch before? Like, have you been fooling around in this?
I have, and I'm glad that you teed that up because I want to show you what I would do in a second.
Do it.
Okay, once we get yours up, I will take you over because I am, if you know me, if you've been on some of the streams with me, I am a Adobe Express nerd. You're a Lord of the Rings nerd. Yeah. I love Adobe Express. I like bring it up in random conversations. People were like, "We get it, we get it."
You like it? We understand. Stop it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So this is just preparing because we did do a lot of products.
Yes,
so probably takes a second.
Yep, it'll take a second. So what I'm gonna do is, if we can cut away, I'm gonna just go ahead and check my own shop.
Okay, we can come to my screen.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, this is my favorite thing about this whole partnership with Spring is I'm going to come into, just like what Don was doing, creating this t-shirt. But if you look up here, my favorite little logo design with Adobe Express.
There it is.
This is so cool. It pops open Adobe Express right into the Spring browser. So you don't even need to go into Adobe Express. I will show you. I think there's more capabilities if you do go into Adobe Express, create from there, and then bring it in. But if you look at this, like you can literally start from right here, giving you all of these templates that I actually think are made to look good on a t-shirt, right? Like this one, made for a t-shirt.
I would
right?
buy that.
Yeah. Made for a little upper logo, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is what you can do. You can pop it open. Is your store ready?
Not quite yet.
Okay,
We're
great.
still launching.
Great. We will come into Adobe Express. I'm going to make a really quick little t-shirt mock-up that I was thinking through. If you know me, you know that my entire personality is that I'm getting married in July. So literally the whole thing. That's all it is my personality.
Do you have like binders of things that you're organizing, seating charts?
I don't, because I just do it all in Adobe Express. I'm a nerd, and if you want to see that at a later date, I can show you. But it's literally all in Adobe Express, like presentations about my wedding, scripts.
This is incredible.
In Adobe Express. I'm a big Adobe Express fan.
Love that.
Okay, so I am going to create a cute little logo for my best friend's bachelorette party. Because I think that this is, well, one thing I do want to get into now that I know about a spring is like making merch for weddings and for bachelorette parties. Like that's a pretty good niche.
Yeah.
We
get a lot of people that do that on here.
Yeah,
as well.
I think it's good to have like a niche. Like you have your Lord of the Rings niche. This is a good niche. Okay, so I'm going to start with Adobe fonts. I am not like a graphic designer.
What's your favorite font?
My favorite font is this one. Let me show you. Violetta.
Ooh.
It is like this funky, I mean, obviously these kind of stuff are added in Illustrator, but it's this funky kind of
I like it.
Western text.
Yeah.
I was telling Don in the pre-show, I'm from Colorado, and there is like this Western vibe there, but I try to make it girly, a girly Western vibe. So I'm actually going to even just start with that. Let's start with some text, and I'll type in Maddie, who's my best friend.
Is Maddie watching right now?
She better be. I don't think so. How do you spell bachelor?
Bachelor. ETTE.
Too many R's, right? Okay. Bachelorette. Okay. And then I'm going to come over. I want Violetta. This is already in my Adobe Express, but if it wasn't in your Adobe Express, you could just add the family to your Adobe Express. There is even like a little cute button when you click on this to like try in Adobe Express or try in Creative Cloud. And I'm going to come over here and then change to Violetta. Okay. This is a good start. I want it to be cuter. And and also I think like perfect for like the upper corner of a shirt. Like that's what I'm thinking.
Love that design.
Is the upper corner. So I want it in kind of either a circle or like maybe a semicircle. Okay, I'm gonna make this a little bigger. And you just tell me when your store is ready.
I will let you know as soon as we're good to go.
We will hop back.
I'm very curious to see how you design all of this. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, this is a process, right? And I think going back to what we were saying earlier is like how easy this all makes it. Like between Adobe Express and between Spring, this is super easy to do all of this. This
took us literally, we're 42 minutes into a live stream, but half of that has just been us goofing around and chatting. Yeah, 100%.
And I never went to art school, never have taken a design class. So it's super easy no matter where you are. And if you are like a designer and you are an artist, you probably have so many pieces that you can drop into Spring and like make some amazing art. Okay, I'm off my soapbox. I am going to change this color.
We're on a live stream. This entire thing is your soapbox.
You're right.
This is great.
I have these brands set up. See, you can see my wedding brand. I'm not going to play around with that today, but if you're interested. What I'm going to go into is this kind of like boutique that it's a dream of mine to like open up a cute little boutique one day in the mountains of Colorado.
Whoa, okay.
So I started putting together this brand, and it just has like a bunch of little assets that I've found throughout the years. I really like this cactus.
It's a great cactus.
I just got this on Adobe stock and downloaded it, so that's where that's from.
That's great. We're getting Meghan lore.
Yeah, yes. But also there's cool, if you come into Elements, like this one I did upload from Adobe stock, but if you type in cactus, I'm sure that there's
So many cactuses.
So actually,
Cacti?
cacti. This one's really
know.
cute too. I'm just gonna throw her in there. Just see how we're getting to.
We've had one cactus,
So-
yes.
So now we have cacti.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like this because it looks like it. Well, I guess this one does too. Like it could be a T. Ooh, and I also really love this background too.
Oh, I guess I could look at it at the monitor.
Yeah, or you can look at my screen.
Eh.
Okay, I don't want that background, but it is cute, and it is to show you like how many different assets that they have on Adobe Express. So if you are trying to design a T-shirt, you know, it's all here for you. It's all here for you.
Speaking of designing a T-shirt.
You ready for me?
I am ready. So
Can we pop back over?
we've popped back over. It has populated, and congratulations, Cartoon Don is now live. Now, one of the things that I really love is as soon as it goes live, you can offer a promo code, which I'm going to do here now. You can get 10% off by using the code Adobe.
Amazing.
And that's going to last for 1 week, 2 weeks, or 1 month. I'm going to make it last a week.
Okay.
And then we can also, this is the other part I love, you can sell on social. We have a lot of really awesome integration with various other platforms. So if you're on YouTube, if you're on Twitch, if you're on any of those, it is as easy as clicking that button and connecting the store.
That's awesome.
I'm going to go ahead and click activate. So you can now use the code Adobe for 10% off at my store. And then sharing the URL, I've copied it to my clipboard. We've pasted it to my clipboard.
Amazing.
And then it loads.
And it will load.
And then it
I
loads.
actually see it.
There we go.
There it is.
There's Demon Me. I
Okay.
might buy this just for fun.
I
I
am
might
dro-
buy this for myself just
I'm
for
dropping
fun.
it in the chat, so if you want to buy it, there's Dawn's store. This would
Sorry.
be a great present for your wife. You should buy her the pillow for her birthday or something. That would be hilarious.
Well,
Okay.
well, hang on, because I did need to do, let's say theoretically, we wanted something else. We can go back into the launcher. What I'm going to do now is
you're gonna edit it.
I'm going to edit it.
You're gonna
so
edit
I've
it.
got all of my listings here. We've got Cartoon Don. That's one of my listings. And I've been doing this for a long time. So I have had many. Thank you, Cody Bear, for also putting my
Sharing the
shop in the
link.
chat. So let's say theoretically, I wanted to change something, right? Something needed to change. We have edit details, we have edit design. So I'm gonna go into edit design here and we get the external integration. Let's say I wanted something else.
People in the chat are really loving the social integrations, by the way.
It is super,
Yeah.
super helpful. I'll get a little bit more into that on the second one.
Yeah. Everyone, come back. We're going to be talking about this again later. We'll go through a little bit more of like the Express process and everything.
Yep.
And we'll show you again, like how to do all of this.
I
So,
accidentally clicked the refresh button, so
Oh,
I need
no.
to go back.
all good.
But please join us for the second one. It is going to be a rocking good time. So what you can do is you can literally just add in other products to a maximum of 15. So I didn't include the mug in that one, but let's say people wanted, my face on a mug with it. I can do that. And also we can see the similar products down here. So long sleeve t-shirt.
Okay. This is the shop. Back to the shop.
Yes, sorry, we went back to the shop. I jump around all over
good.
the place. We do this. Launch.
Wi-Fi can be a little slow in here
It
sometimes.
happens. It happens. All right, we'll go back to the store. I will get that up
Okay.
in just a second.
Cool. We can hop back over to my
Yeah,
screen, too.
you were doing your bachelorette stuff.
Very exciting. Anyways, what I was saying about the brand kit is I want to make sure that this stays on brand for my brand. So
The cactus brand.
yes, the cactus brand. It's like a, Western vibe, girly. So it has all of my colors here that I will use in my brand, so I can make sure to stay on on brand. Wow.
It's fine.
Having issues here. Okay, cool. So I have the brand, and I'm going to apply the brand to this
Ooh, that's a lovely shade.
process, right? Okay, but that's not actually what I wanted to do. Let's go back. I want to make this a color. Okay, come back to text. Gonna highlight the text and then come into fill. And you should be able to see all my brands. Yep, here we go. All my brand colors in here. What's happening? Okay, technical difficulties. It's not showing it. So I'm just gonna pick this cute.
It's a nice red. And actually, it matches the cactus's
It does.
flowers.
Actually, that's even a better idea. We can take it and we can take the eyedropper and then actually get the exact color.
This is the creative process in motion, people.
Yes.
Enjoy.
Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of this guy, and I really like this guy. So we are doing this bachelorette party in Phoenix in the desert.
Ah.
So I came up with like, I was brainstorming like what are the words that we could say to like maybe desert cutie.
Oh,
I like
okay,
that.
okay.
But I came up with desert darlings because it's like
okay.
big alliteration. Yeah. I'm gonna come back to Adobe fonts and I'm gonna put in like Western in the fonts to see what kind of recommendations it's gonna give me. I used to scroll for hours. Looking for fonts and stuff.
To find the right font is to find happiness.
Right, but I think I really do like Adobe fonts because it makes it so easy. I like this one. It's screaming like old Hollywood Western to me.
I feel as though I'm walking through Hollywood studios at Disney World.
Exactly, right? Okay, so I'm going to type out Desert Darlings and make that a little bigger.
Love it. Oh, here, let me. Oh, nope.
And I actually want to get rid of this T because I am going
to use the cactus as the T?
Use the cactus as the T.
Ooh, okay.
Right? Cute. Okay.
I love this. I love this.
Do we get it?
We get
it
it.
Sense? Okay,
I'm going to
change this to that font, HTW. And what is it? Ooh. That's not what I... Oh, yeah, it is. America. Okay, cool.
Ooh.
Cute, right?
I dig this.
I dig it, too. Okay, cool. Let me see. What was the other font that I liked? I wrote it down.
I keep wanting to hear...
Oh, this one. Okay, it's very similar.
I keep wanting to hear that doo-loo-loo-loo, just like the whistle in the background as the tumbleweed comes through.
Okay, this is the one I actually wanted. It's similar vibes, same family. I like how like it's bubbly.
Yeah,
you know?
and the cactus is also quite bubbly, so it works.
So it works together. Okay. And then cute. I'm gonna make this actually maybe this green.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's cute. That's cute because it all ties together. Push this up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then we want to say where we are, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's part of a bachelorette party.
You must say where you are.
We
must.
The
rules of a bachelorette
Everyone
party.
needs to know. So maybe we say AZ. Where did I say we're going? Scottsdale. Did I say that?
Arizona.
AZ. I'm looking forward to the heat. It is very rainy here today.
Yes, it is. It is. I walked here in the rain.
I'm going to see, this is the other font that I really liked. I'm going to show it to you guys on Adobe Fonts, just so you can see it. Mm-hmm. So it's this kind of like loopy font, which I thought was a good juxtaposition. Is that how I said it?
Juxtaposition?
Yes, thank you.
It's early.
To these other like bubbly ones.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's drop this in. And again, I just found all of these on Adobe Fonts, like typing in bubbly, typing in swoopy, swooshy.
Swoopy is a great way to describe some fonts.
Right?
That is exactly what you want to use.
That's why I love, you can scroll, and what I do love about Adobe Express is it gives you all of these recommendations, but you can't type exactly like what you're looking for.
I'm looking for something swoopy.
Exactly.
It doesn't work.
But the best part about all of the Adobe stuff is they all work together. And once you find something you like on fonts, you can easily download it and it will show up here. I'm going to make this a little boop.
Nice little side thing
And a
there.
little, so it's like, maybe I'll make this a little smaller.
Can I buy one of these? Is this?
Yeah.
Is
You want to come to Maddie's Bachelorette?
If Maddie will have me, I would love to join. No, I'll let her have her fun.
And I'm going to make this one just like a black. Ooh, actually, I don't like that. Let's see what other colors we got. So this is giving me what's recommended based on like what it's seen going on here. You know what I'm going to make it? This like, I'm going to take the little eyedropper and make it this darker.
Oh, there we go. Oh, you're really getting, okay.
I'm such a perfectionist. Like, it doesn't need to be this perfect, but.
Yes, it does.
Okay. I just made it a little bit darker. And then I'm going to set the background to transparent, like you did as well. And then I'm actually not going to download it. I'm just going to keep it here.
I do need to let you know in front of everybody, 2 S's is dessert.
Dessert. If you also know me, I also have dyslexia. So that is on brand for me.
It's
actually.
perfect.
Okay, this is perfect. So it actually looks better with one S because it's spelled right and because
And we have more room. Now we've got more
room for the
space.
Cactus.
Thank you,
Okay.
chat. Thank you,
So,
live chat.
oh my gosh, who said that? Sandra, thank you. I thought it was you. Okay, so I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to download it. I have to do this really fast. I'm just going to come in here to design with Adobe Express. What I love is you don't have to download it. How many files do you have that's like file 1, file 2?
A lot.
Yeah,
A lot.
exactly.
Too many, probably.
I'm just going to come into my stuff here. Ooh, it hasn't updated yet. Maybe I need to save it. Yeah.
Yep. Let's do it.
Exit out. And I will refresh this page and let's see if it comes up. I did do it rather quickly, asking a lot of it.
Sometimes we ask a lot of our machines.
We do. I know. Okay, let's see if it's in their stuff. So I'm just coming to my stuff. Dang, it's still not
Might be just the
showing.
thumbnail if you want to try
Maybe
it.
it's in here. This is the other, the real version. That I actually did make. We'll just do this.
I love this.
Because we are strapped for time. So I'm going to just take this one actually because it's the PNG and say add to product. It's going to take a while because it needs to load, it needs to think.
But if we come back to my screen,
Yes.
this is
you'll
what it
show.
will look like at the end.
Exactly.
There will be less versions of my face with a demon on it
And more bachelorette stuff.
and more bachelorette parties.
Exactly. Good thing is we do have to wrap up. This was so fun. It went by
thank you
so
for having
fast.
me. Yeah, it did.
We are going to be back at 12 o'clock. Maybe, Jacob, you can put up the schedule.
There we go.
We're going to be back at, what time is it? 12 o'clock, not 2 o'clock. 12 o'clock, we're going to be back, and we're going to show you more of this. So I'll actually show you what it's like to bring this design into spring, and we'll set up my shop, actually.
Let's do it.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
very excited.
Cool. Join us for the next session. Hang on. We are going to have more opportunities for you to make money with your creativity. I believe Shauna's next, yeah? Cool. Stick around. We'll see you guys soon.
Bye, guys.
Today we are creating some free templates for Valentine's Day. So let's go ahead and hop into Illustrator. And here's the easiest way to make a heart in Illustrator. You make a square, then you're going to rotate it. You're gonna use the direct selection tool to delete this top point. We are just going to put a stroke on it, and we are going to increase this stroke. We're just gonna round the edges, and you keep going. We can just select this, go to Object, Expand, and boom, heart. So I'm just gonna round out the edges, and then we are going to make another copy. So we're gonna select it, and then we're going to go to Effect, 3D Materials, Extrude and Bevel. So we're gonna do round. Okay, I'm trying not to break people's teeth. If you want to play around with the settings of your substance, you can do that here. So you can go here in your 3D and click on plus, and it's gonna add in another light, so that way the shadow isn't so harsh down here. Or you can change it to like a blue and get like a nice blue shadow on the edge. Ooh, that's cute. Let's do another version of it so it looks like maybe they're like falling hearts. And we're just gonna go back to the default material. And then we can come down here to roughness and metallic and turn metallic all the way up. So this will be like our 90s style, and I wanna do like a couple, oh, it's so cool. So what we're gonna do here is I'm going to add in all of our fun little colors, and now I'm gonna group it. We're gonna do 3D materials, and this time we're gonna do inflate. Because it's a group, it's gonna cut out all these pieces. So it's gonna create this really like bubbly look, and then go to our lighting, add in a bunch more lights. Great, okay, love that. Super fun. I'm gonna save this first. Let's go ahead and turn on shadows. We are gonna go up here and we are going to do ray tracing. We're gonna hit it with a high and render.
not?
Yes.
Oh my God, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen.
We're gonna save this into our desktop. So now what I can do is we can literally just come over to Express, and I'm just gonna drag and drop that. Yay! So let's go to text, and we can do generate text effects. You are my, let's just try Chrome and see if that works. All right, so you're my, and then let's do crush at the bottom here. Okay, love it. Let's go ahead and add another page, same size. And this one, the background color is going to be this nice little green. Let's do this version. And I'm gonna do like a bunch of them. I think I am falling. Oh, for you. So we're gonna go to Object Rasterize on each of these. So with this selected, I'm going to select my art and the heart, and then go to Object, Mockup Make.
Oh, that's perfect.
Oh, this is fun. This is gonna look good. So we're just gonna click here and go to remove background. It's like easier than easy peasy. Express is so good. And wait, it gets cuter. Click on animation and then go to animate all and have them waterfall in. Loop, bob, here, here, loop, bob. Out, drop. It's so cute.
Amazing.
Next page, blue, obviously, for the sky. And let's make some balloons. Let's use these.
What do you think?
I think I can copy and paste these in here, actually. Let's definitely animate all, and we're gonna have these sunrise. All right, drift in, click, click. Welcome to Adobe Live, where we're clicking. And then I'm going to add in the text here. Let's go ahead and just do silver. And then let's go ahead and make it smaller and put it right there in the middle. And then we are going to drift in. We're gonna go up, fade, off the page, loop. We are gonna do the bob. Yay!
Amazing.
Let's go ahead and make one more. Let's do this one, but let's do it in different colors. And then let's do it so that all of these are kind of falling at different angles. Paste that one. Ooh, maybe it is like the other one to where it's kind of just like a fun pattern that like is repeating over and over. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna make a template and I'm going to name this Valentine's Adobe Live. Create a public link. Chat, oh wait, chat. There's your QR code. Scan that away and you will be able to download these templates and send them to your Valentine.
Hey everybody, thank you so much for joining us. I am your host, Ann Chen, and with me is the amazing Shauna Lynn.
Hi,
How are you, Shauna?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Please say hi to us in the chat wherever you're watching from, and let us know where you're tuning in from. We're at the Adobe office in San Francisco, California. All right, well, let's switch over to Shauna's screen. And Shauna, please go ahead and tell us about yourself and what you'll be working on today.
All right. Well, hi everyone. I'm Shauna Lynn. I'm a children's book illustrator and lettering artist, and I live in the Chicago area. I've been working professionally in the field now for 12 years. February 1st was my anniversary of my business.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so
Congratulations.
thank you. Yeah, so 12 years has been a long time.
That's amazing. 12 years.
Yeah, and so I made the transition into children's books during the pandemic. I realized I wasn't feeling as fulfilled by the work I was doing. I was doing a lot more lettering. I didn't do a lot of illustration outside of that, and I didn't do characters. So I decided to start exploring characters. I applied to be repped by an agency, the Cat Agency, and that was in October of 2020. And at the time, my now agent said, it's a not yet, but work on this, and this. And it was mainly work on characters. Mm-hmm. And so I did for 3 months straight. I just dove deep and did only character work. And he signed me on around February 11th, 12th, somewhere in there. So I've been with him for almost 4 years now.
Wow. That's amazing. All your hard work paid off.
Yes. And he said, the reason that I took you on, because I had no children's book experience, he goes, the reason I took you on was because when I gave you feedback, you took it and you did something with it, and you showed me that you took it to heart.
Nice.
So I thought today would be fun to show the process of how I go from an illustration and take that to a coloring book page.
Okay.
And the decisions I make based on that. So what do I simplify? What do I use different weights of brushes for to differentiate between parts of the illustration.
Awesome. All right. Well, we're excited to watch you share your process with us.
Thank you. Yeah. So I actually have 2 options, and so I thought I would show everyone and just let the chat pick. So this is option 1. And it's this little
Option 1.
astronaut. And then option 2, ignore how much stuff I have in here, because this was my like trying to decide section of things. This is option 2. So we've got
Option 2.
space, or we've got
Okay.
Halloween.
Space for Halloween. All right. Which
Yeah.
should Shauna do?
So
Tell us in the chat.
yeah, we'll give them a couple moments, and then and if no one
Yeah.
chooses, then like you and I will make a decision.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, let's see who's in the chat. We have Alana. Hi, Alana.
Hi, Alana.
We know Alana.
We love Alana.
Let's see, Cody Bear, RB. So thank you all so much for joining us. Okay. Cody Bear says space.
Okay. Hey, Cody. How are you? Yeah. So far it's space. Alana says space.
Space as well.
Okay. I mean, I think just going on
Oh,
that.
we got one for Halloween.
Okay. Oh, hey, Mark. That's my buddy in Bermuda. All right. Well, then why don't we go with space? Oh, no. Now we have. Okay. Clever says werewolf. RB says space. I wasn't counting. I think most are space.
I think space is the winner. So
Yeah. All right. We're going to go with
go ahead
space.
and do that.
So, got a couple with Halloween. I'm debating whether I keep these on or not. I was wearing them on the flight yesterday because my eyes were hurting.
Well,
And things were looking very, not blurry necessarily, but like I was looking at my screen and I'm like, I need
it's a
to.
little fuzzy.
Yeah, I was like, I need to protect my eyes a little, but it's not bad right now. So I think I'm going to just keep them off for
Okay,
now.
whatever makes you comfortable.
Yeah. Okay, so from this, I do have my sketch already done because I wanted to keep this as, simple as possible given the time constraint we have. And so what I may end up doing too is adding to it as I convert it to a coloring book page.
Okay.
But for now, we're going to use what we have here. I had a different version of this actually the other day, and my tendency when I illustrate is to just like go way too far and try to put too much in, and like the balance of it was way off and it just didn't feel right. So I scrapped it and I redid it because I am a perfectionist, and it's not a good thing to deal, being a perfectionist is not good in art, but here we are. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take down the layer opacity, and what I want to do is use a thicker brush. I'm going to use the vector brushes for this just because I can get a cleaner line. But I am going to use a thicker brush for anything that I want to be a focus object, and then anything inside, like say the moon, it's going to be a thicker line around the moon, but then the interior circles are going to be a thinner line.
Okay.
So that way it's a lot easier to see what is what between things.
Right.
And if anyone has questions, like, please feel free to throw them out there. So I'm going to create a new layer. And then I actually went and I have some vector brushes I set up. So I have this one that's coloring outline, and then I have coloring details. So we're going to start with outline. I have that set to 12. And if anyone wants to see the settings, I have like a little bit of an angle on it. I have pressure dynamics on, so that what that basically means is just like the more pressure you put, the bigger your brush will be. If I wanted it to be a monoline, I would take all the pressure
Take it off so they're consistent and uniform for monoline.
Yeah. And then I have a little bit of a roundness jitter, and the shape and outline, I also have it to where the size has a little bit of a jitter, so it has like a little bit of a crunchy edge.
Okay.
Because anytime I create, like anything that just feels too clean doesn't feel like me.
Right. So the jitter adds a little bit of imperfection to make it more of your style.
Yeah, like you can see here the jitter.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
So
the
it's-
textures. It makes it more like it's a hand-drawn coloring book
Yeah,
style.
yeah. And right now it's a 12, and I actually think I'm going to take this a little heavier because I was doing this last night and I wasn't sure what size I wanted. So let's try 20. I'm going to go just a little heavier here. Let's try 25. Yeah, I like that. Okay. So I'm just going to start tracing this basically. And so anything that I want to focus on, so in this case, the lettering is going to be a thicker line. and then all the details like within like the little astronaut will be like a thinner line.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to press this down just a little bit because working upright is very difficult.
Yeah, and since you're using the vector brush, once you bring this, you could bring this into Adobe Illustrator, and you could really scale, size up or size down without any pixelization of your line work.
Yeah.
So that's really smart to be using the vector brush in Fresco.
Yeah, it makes it much easier if I need to make any adjustments later too, because like you said, like you don't lose the quality and you don't end up getting pixelated like you would with a raster drawing.
Mm-hmm.
And then to erase, because I could just use the eraser, but if you use this little button you have up here,
Okay.
you can move it around the screen. I generally put it up on the top because I'm usually holding my iPad near the top. But if you tap and hold, you can erase with your brush. So that,
Nice.
which works really well when you're doing like raster stuff, because then if you have to erase something that looks painty, you won't get like a harsh line. You get more of like the painty line when you
Wow.
erase.
That's really nice.
But like I love Fresco. I will sing Fresco's praises to like high heaven.
So, Shauna, I'm curious to know, do you have any aspirations of like writing and illustrating your own book?
I actually do.
Tell us about it.
Yeah, so there's not a whole lot to go off right now, but my agency does promos, usually like monthly, depending. They did one last year that was, it was called Dream Projects, and that's one that actually has led to illustrators in our, like in our agency, like some of my fellow cat family getting actual jobs, like getting to make the thing.
Oh, cool.
So there's one that I think it was Lenny Wen did, and it was for the life of me I can't remember the book name, so if someone looks it up I would greatly appreciate it. But she did this one about a little ghost, and it ended up getting picked up by a publisher, and so she got to write and illustrate her own book, and it just came out a few months ago.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, it's so cute.
So these are just like little passion projects that your agency encouraged people on the roster to do, and you just never know who might see it and
Exactly.
what kind of opportunities you'll receive from just doing your own personal work and sharing it online.
Yeah, like I'm a big proponent of like, putting dream projects out there. And in the case of the one I put out, it's called Coal for Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm still like hashing out the story because the first draft of it was just like not great. And with my agent, he was just like, I have feedback. And I'm like, just be blunt. Just be blunt.
Be
like,
honest.
Yeah, like be blunt. If it sucks, tell me, because I've never written a book before. And he's like, okay, well, so let's just scrap this. And I said, great, let's go from the beginning. But the cover that I did for it was emailed out in their promo to different publishers and stuff. And there was actually a little bit of interest if there's a manuscript, we want to see it. So I'm now working on a manuscript.
That's exciting.
So it started out from, there was a piece I did like a year ago of this little kid on Christmas morning who was just angry as all get out because he got a piece of coal for Christmas. And so he's like holding it in the air and it just says coal. And so my agent was like, there's a story here. And so it started out as like kids rebelling because they believed that they didn't deserve coal, and then it turned into like, well, what if coal had feelings about Christmas?
Oh, I think that would be a really fun book.
Yeah, so I have to come back to it and like keep working through it, because I did a lot of sketches of the character over the holiday break just to like see if like inspiration would come, and I've got some really weird ones in there, but weird is good. Like weird sells. Weird is, it lets me be really silly and really stupid with my brain.
How do you keep track of all these ideas? Like, do you just write them down in like a notes app or?
Yeah, there's generally like a lot. I have a sketchbook folder in my Adobe files, and so the sketch is like this year's is sketchbook 2025, and then it's broken down by months, and so every month has just like pages and pages of just like idea dumps.
Nice.
So I have to generally I have to go back in and like find them because they're all labeled untitled and the date. But they exist. They're there. But that's if I don't write it down or I don't like note it, I don't remember it. So like I have to make sure I write it down. So like my notes app does have some random ones where it's literally just like an idea.
Yeah.
And I may or may not ever revisit it.
Yeah, sometimes I'll just do like a bullet list of ideas, but then sometimes like they're so vague that I can't even remember what they're about exactly.
Yeah. And then you're like, oh, dang it, I should have been more, I should have been.
Or something.
Yeah. Because if you're like, kid that doesn't like his lunch, like, what? This could be anything. I'm also not being super precious with my lines here just because it doesn't have to be perfect.
Right.
Because I'll make changes and stuff like as I go.
Yeah, and you know, with coloring book pages, I've seen various styles. Some are like really clean lines, like that monoline thing that you were talking about earlier. And I've also seen coloring pages that are more with rough edges and more hand-drawn style. So yeah, there's a variety of coloring pages that you could do.
Yeah. And I've done coloring pages in the past, and looking back, I'm like, I wanted to have lots of things for kids to color in. I didn't think about the fact that like when you print them, it's going to be very hard to like fill those in.
Yeah, if the details are too small.
Yeah. So like I have a lot that I would like to redo, because especially when it comes to working on things for kids, this is, things in regards to like things I've learned. Simpler is better, but it is much easier to like let yourself go way too far and then pull back than it is to try to push yourself forward when you don't know what you want to do. And sometimes you just go back to the beginning and you start over like this one. Because with the first one I had, the lettering was, I think the lettering like kind of to a degree fit more, but it didn't read well was the problem. Like I did, because I was doing like this like wavy lettering, so it felt more like space. But I couldn't get it to work where it still read like super wavy lettering, but also was legible, and I was losing the legibility, and that was a big issue for me.
Yes, and anytime we do something with typography or lettering, we want to make sure legibility is, the priority, because if you can't read it, that's really bad.
Yeah. Like a few years ago, I teamed up with Domestica to do a workshop, and it's hand lettering for children's books. And I'm sure you've seen this too, because you're also a lettering artist and you've got beautiful work.
Oh, thank you.
I know you've taught beginner workshops, right?
I've done like class presentations.
Okay. So I think you can also vouch that like a lot of times with beginner lettering artists, the legibility gets lost.
Right.
Because they try to go too far with concept or idea or style, and so then you lose that legibility and it makes it really hard to follow and really hard to read, and that defeats the purpose.
Exactly.
And so like I know there are people that, like especially illustrators, it's if you do children's books, it's really good to be able to letter, because then you end up with control over the title. Because every book I've done so far, I've done 5. I've done the title for each one of them. I've hand lettered it, and it usually starts with like the art director saying, you're welcome to letter the title if you want, but if you don't want to, no big deal. We'll just use a font. And I'm like, no.
Yeah, I think it's really nice when if you're the book illustrator and you also design the title of the book, because then the style are in harmony with your illustrations.
Yeah.
Because I've been hired to do like title lettering for a book, but the illustration was a completely different style, so I kind of had to like try to match their style so that it seems seamless and it belongs in the same world.
Yeah, and it's hard sometimes because you want to do their work justice.
Right.
And you want that, you want there to be continuity. Mm-hmm. But it's also really good too if there's like a book it's like a series. If you do the title, then you have control, and that title is what gets known and gets synonymous with that series.
Right.
And then it's fun because then there's that consistency as well between books.
Mm-hmm. Mark in the chat says, whenever my daughter writes fancy letters, she calls them Shauna letters.
Aww.
That's so cute.
I love his daughter. Kristlyn is a wonderful gem of a child, and she's super sweet. And she loves to create and draw. I was doing animation for like funsies late last year, and I haven't abandoned it. I just haven't had any ideas. Plus, it's been the holidays and things have been crazy. So, it's not the holidays anymore, but things were crazy over the holidays.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I haven't had time to sit down and do more animations. But she was following one of the tutorials I did and was struggling because she's like, why do you need to have this many things and this many? And so I gave her a Fresco file. And I just sent it to Mark, and I was like, here, let her play with this. It breaks it all down. And then she wrote back, she's like, why are there 40 slides, like animations stuff?
Like
and I was
frames.
like, yes. She's like, why are there 40 frames? I'm like, get on my level, child. But it makes it, depending on like when you're animating too, like, to make something go slower, you add more frames, and to make it look faster, you do fewer frames. Mm-hmm. But it's a lot of fun because I did those in Fresco, and Fresco makes it really easy to do like fun animations for different things. I did a lot of like little ghosts because those are, I think, to me, the easiest thing to animate. Let's see.
So Mark says, yes, that animation really sparked her up to animate. Really inspired her.
I love that.
So earlier you mentioned that you took about 3 months to really develop your portfolio work for children's illustration, and you drew a lot of people. I want to know, like, how did you hone your skills into drawing people? Like, did you take some formal classes, like figure drawing during that time?
I did not, but I did in college. I took figure drawing 3 or 4 times.
Okay, so yeah, you already have like a foundation for it.
Yeah, so because like when you're drawing characters, you want to make sure like the anatomy and stuff makes sense, but you can be more stylistic with stuff. But it's a double-edged sword because like I tend to do things too realistic to start, and then I have to pull and try to stylize.
Yeah.
And so that's always kind of been an issue, not like an issue, but it's been a challenge for me to stylize because I've been doing, like, I started drawing by doing realism. And when I was in high school, I took a class every Saturday on portraiture. So I'm very familiar with anatomy, but then when I want to stylize, it's like, oh no, but that's not correct.
Right. Because like oftentimes in illustration, when you stylize, things might not be like anatomically correct. Like your fingers might be, you're missing a few fingers.
Like this, where you do the glove hand,
The
basically.
glove hand, yeah.
Hands are a beast. There's like a running joke in the art community that people will just like hide hands like behind the back or in pockets and stuff just so they don't have to draw hands.
Draw it.
And I finally had to get myself comfortable with drawing hands because I'm like, I can't get away with like hiding them.
I used to be obsessed with drawing hands. Like
Yeah?
when I was like a teen, and because I grew up watching like anime, so I love drawing like anime styled illustrations, and like hands are a big, part of drawing like that style.
Yeah.
And so I would like study my hand and just like sketch by watching my own hands.
I feel like,
So I have like I have sketchbooks just full of hand drawings.
yeah. I feel like there's a thing with like, especially like, women and ladies who do art, and especially like in high school, where you either like drew hands or you drew eyes. It's like it was never both. It was like one or the other. And like I always drew realistic eyes on my paper.
Just a book full of eyes.
Yeah.
It'd be really creepy if you didn't know the context of what you were doing.
Yeah. And then of course like I got into drawing trees and stuff too, because I did a lot of like ink drawing in high school.
Very cool.
But yeah, it was just like I feel like it's either you do like the hands or you do eyes. And to this day, I can still draw a realistic eye just because of how many times I would do that and doodle while like classes were happening.
And are these just eyes that you're kind of making it up like from your imagination, or are you like referencing images?
No, I was just whenever I was making it up from my mind.
Yeah.
So it's just like, this is obviously not a great version of it, but
No, it looks great.
but this is that's what I used
Yeah.
to do is try to get as realistic as possible and go crazy.
Voila. Yeah, it's beautiful.
So, like, that's also been something where I'm like, I have to stylize eyes. So when I started out doing characters, I did, I hit the wrong one, vector brush, there we go. I would do characters with just like little dot eyes versus now when I do them, they have,
A little more detail, yeah.
Yeah, it's like if they're not the full circle, they're like a half circle. Like there's more expression with them. So it's like when you look through the books I've done, you can see that there's very much a progression in what I did and how I did characters. Because what I did, like the way I drew characters at the beginning is very different from how I do them now. In the beginning, it was like just get comfortable with it. And then over time, just through creating, they've evolved.
Mm-hmm. Do you have those little mannequin figures to like help you draw different positions?
I actually have one. I don't use it because the one thing that I found is really, I'm very lucky that I can do this is I'm very, very visual. So a lot of times you'll see artists talk about how they have to like take pictures of them doing certain poses and things. Like I'm actually able to just see it in my head and work it through.
Wow.
So, and I think that comes from like having done figure drawing and such.
Yeah.
But I also found too, like I did a book called Who Took My Lollipop? And it's about a squirrel with emotional regulation issues. And they wanted me to get really expressive with the squirrel, like go way far out. So I was looking, like you look at like cartoons basically where they're very exaggerated Looney Tunes and things. And so I found myself making the expressions as I was drawing them. But generally if I have to draw a hand or something, the one thing I have to make sure I do is like make sure the thumb is on the correct side when I'm depending on where it's turning. So like if I'm drawing a character and their hand is like facing this way and I go to draw it, I'm like, nope, the thumb is not on the inside, it's on the outside. But then if I do it like this, I'm like, okay, thumb has to be on the inside of their, So I find myself like I do the things that I'm trying to figure out, and it's just by doing them I can figure what I need to draw and how I need to adjust it. I backspace just by hitting my hand. No. Oops. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, so this is what happens. When I work with raster brushes, if you double tap, you can switch between like paint and erase. But with vector, if you tap it like this, you get a line and it erases it. So you just want to like make sure you don't lose that. And that's just out of habit that happened. And now I need to redo this line though, because it is a mess now. And I work in raster brushes. I don't work in vector brushes much, so I keep forgetting to grab the vector one down there, because the layer that the vector one is on is different from the raster layer. Because when you open this in Photoshop, and if you double tap double click the layer, it'll open it in Illustrator.
Right, because it's a vector file.
But in this too, you can adjust, like you can change the size and not lose the quality. So it treats it like it's Illustrator basically. So it's really kind of a cool program. Like I don't ever have to like leave and go into other like I don't have to go into Illustrator for the iPad in order to do vector work.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm doing like a logo or something, that's a different story. But if I'm vectoring like characters like this, I can just do them directly in.
Yeah, that's really nice.
And then this I'm going to make thicker. Actually, yeah, we're going to make this something that people can color in.
Do you ever print these out yourself to test before you kind of release the item?
No. No.
That's okay.
I send them to friends with kids. Because
they test it out for you.
yeah, because like pre-pandemic, it was all my friends were getting married, and then during and post-pandemic, all of my friends are having kids. So I have lots of little people that I can send these to have them test them out for me of varying ages. So I can get, feedback and stuff from their parents on what might work and what doesn't. That's also another thing I love about kids' books is I actually get to see the reactions from the kids because their parents will email me or like text me videos.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah, so like when a book releases, I get an influx of like pictures and videos and texts and stuff from the parents that are all just like, so and so is reading it and they love it. Or like I have like one of my cousins emailed me the other night and she's like, just want to let you know that like we have the 2 of the books that are being chosen tonight are 2 of your books, and they picked them out themselves.
I love that.
So it's very rewarding to get to see that, because if I had started kids' books, in my, in my 20s versus in my 30s, I wouldn't have had that same experience. And I've got one friend, she's like, I love that you do this. Partially just because I love seeing that you've just found your thing. She goes, but also selfishly because I know that you send me the books.
Freebies.
Yeah. I got to see her when she was still pregnant with her daughter. I flew down to surprise her for her baby shower. And then I didn't see her for 2 years because I didn't have a chance to go back down to Florida. And so when I got to see her a little over a year ago, her daughter was already 2 at that point. Or no, she was almost 2. She was like her birthday was like 2 days ago. So she just turned 3. And I brought the Dirt and Bugsy books for her, which are like, they're early readers. So they're like for 6 and 7-year-olds. Mm-hmm. But I got to see this little one take these books, and I swear this kid was like older than she appeared, because she sat there and she like went page by page and looked at every picture on those pages. And I'm just watching her take it in, and it was so amazing and wild to like watch a kid interact with it in real life right there.
Wow. That's heartwarming.
Yeah.
Hi, Robert.
Oh, hey, Robert.
Lana wants to know, which do you like more, vector brushes or the pen tool? I think that she's referring to the pen tool on the Illustrator.
Okay. I like the vector brushes. I feel like, at least for me, they're more intuitive.
Yeah.
I can do the pen tool if I have to, but I much prefer
Using like your stylus to draw.
Yeah. Like I did some what are they, decals? Like little vinyl decals for my cousin's wedding a few years ago. Mm-hmm. And I ended up using Illustrator for iPad to make them, and I drew out like a bunch of flowers and stuff. So even in there, like I used the blob tool.
Oh yeah. The blob tool.
Versus like pen tooling it all, because the one thing with that too is using the pen tool, it would have felt too clean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it really depends on like what style you're going for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because generally, like if I do logos and stuff, like they're not super clean anything, and it's just because that's how I work.
And I think generally the vector brush on Fresco is more user friendly. Like it's beginner friendly. Like you don't really need to have any background in like vectoring to use it. You just draw it with your stylus.
Yeah, and that makes it really easy because it makes, there's no barrier for entry.
Right.
And especially because Fresco is free now.
Yes, it's free, so please download it if you have not tried it.
Yeah, I think it's for iPad, and then I think Windows tablets I think can also do, like Windows computer tablets, like
Okay.
Surface and stuff. I believe that there's a desktop application for those, if I'm not mistaken. I, however, do not have one, so I can't say with any degree of certainty unless someone can confirm for me in the chat.
So when you release digital coloring pages, do you typically just release one page, or are these like packs of like multiple pages, kind of like almost like a book that you're downloading?
They've just been single pages, mostly because I'd have an idea for one and I didn't have ideas for others.
But they could lead to more, right?
Yeah, like I've got some that I could release as like small packs, simply because they're all kind of in the same theme. Mm-hmm. But I've got others that I'm just like, they're kind of just one-offs.
Yeah.
I would like to do, at some point I really would like to do something that's more cohesive and could be released as like a book packet. And take my smoothing way up for this so that I can do one continuous line.
So smooth.
That was the goal. And then we're just going to erase this bit that went off the canvas. There we go. And then I'm going to take the smoothing back down. I have found with Fresco, like when I work in Photoshop and I draw, I have the smoothing set to like 10. Mm-hmm. And I don't have to worry too much about like my hand jittering or anything. But when it comes to the iPad, I have to bring the smoothing up a lot more because I tend to have more of a jittery hand. And I'm not entirely sure why that is. But I think more so it's like the smoothing tool in Photoshop is more sensitive than the one in Fresco.
Interesting.
So like 10% in Photoshop is a lot more controlled for me than 10% in Fresco.
So how do you decide like when to use Photoshop versus Fresco?
It pretty much at this point comes down to, am I working from the couch or am I working from my computer? For like kids' books and stuff, I can do the majority of what I need to do in Fresco, but if I need to convert to CMYK to send to my client, then I have to finish it out in Photoshop. And then if and adding bleed and stuff, because if I'm working on a kid's book, I try to be cognizant of the bleed. And so what I'll do is I'll create a layer that has, it's like kind of like this, where I put white on it so that it just blocks it out, but there's a black,
Okay, yeah.
there's a border
so that
here.
kind of pretends like that's where it'll cut off.
Yeah, so at least, like, so when I build out my documents, I usually have that so I can see like where the, where I need to keep anything important
Yeah,
out
so like
of.
the safe zone and,
Yeah. And in this case, it's just because I didn't want to have to like figure out where the end would be and try to make it consistent. So this way I could just draw and it covers. But for the most part, though, I do most of like what I do just kind of in Fresco, just because sitting at my desk all day is just kind of tiring at times. But I also have a Shih Tzu who at about 4 p.m. will start bugging me to leave my desk. And this has been, I've had him for close to 12 years, and that has been consistent through the entire time I have had him.
Mm-hmm. Is it because he wants to go for a walk, or
It's because it's
food time?
It's usually dinner time for him. I like to think that he's just trying to,
Get
help me
you,
with my
yeah.
work-life balance.
Stop working.
But like,
Time
cause
to feed me.
yeah, he just didn't like that I was at my desk all day, because he wants to like be able to lay near me, and he's not a lap dog. As much as I wish he was, he's not a lap dog. So if I'm working, he used to like lay under my desk and stuff, but now I have a rolling chair, so he can't do that. But as soon as like anywhere from 3:30 to like 4:30 hits, he's like at my feet and like huffing at me to get me to leave the desk. And as soon as I acknowledge him, he runs away like, okay, let's go. And I'm like, I gotta finish this, bud. I can't leave the desk yet. But most days, like I'll just move over to the couch and keep working and give him his food, and he's perfectly happy.
I have cats, 3 of them. So when they're hungry, they start doing chaotic things like pulling tissues out of the tissue box or like clawing the paper towel rolls.
Oh my God.
So I can't just ignore them, and I have to either feed them or put the tissue box upside down and hide away the paper towels.
Oh, that's funny. See, I guess that's a good thing with Teddy is he has no ability to do that. I've got like fake hardwood floors, so all I hear is like tap, 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 tap constantly.
Cute. All right, Anna in chat is saying that she's watching from Brazil and she's working on her own coloring book as well.
Wow, that's awesome.
Joe wants to know, when working from your iPad, do you prefer to have a case on it to help with stability and angle control?
So I have a lap desk, one of those like the beans on the bottom. So I have one of those because I sit in all kinds of weird positions. So I use the lap desk as my angle thing. And then I just keep a case on it because I'm too paranoid to not have a case.
Right, so the case is more for protecting the iPad.
In the case of this, though, I actually have like a little stand on here.
Right.
And there is no cover. It's just a straight up stand for the iPad. Because I had one prior for my previous iPad that was like a magnetic, like it had a little base, and it kind of looked like a Mac laptop base.
Okay.
It was really cool, and it was really easy because I could just tilt it, and it was very stable. It does not work with the new iPad. So I can't use it anymore, and I needed something that worked, and I didn't want to have to spend a ton of money. But I also wanted something that was travel friendly.
Yeah.
So I found this thing, and it has actually been pretty good so far.
Yeah, I really like the setup because usually when I'm working on the iPad, if I'm at a desk, it'll just be flat and I'm slouching, my back over it. So yeah, this is a great setup for drawing by the desk.
Yeah, it makes it much easier too, because same with me. It's like if it's flat, I'm like this, and that's not good for your neck. Like,
right?
It's not comfortable for one, but also like, note to like young designers out there, take care of your body now.
Yes.
It's not fun once things are breaking.
Yes, your body will thank you. Just, remember to get up and stretch.
Yes.
Stay active.
There was back in like the old days of when Adobe Live was on Twitch, we had a saying, and Cody can probably verify, but I think it was like sip, flip, and stretch. So it was like drink your water, flip your canvas, and get up and stretch.
That's good advice.
I don't ever flip my canvas though. I never want to be faced with like, oh no, the proportions look really weird now.
Mm-hmm. Well, sometimes when you flip your canvas, you can like notice certain things that you didn't notice before, like maybe certain elements that are touching and creating a weird tangent.
Yeah. It's one of those things that like I should do. I just don't. But there's a way in Photoshop, I think, now that you can flip your canvas without having to actually like go in and choose flipping.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's like under view, I think there's a way to flip the canvas.
Okay. Have to check that out.
Yeah. All right, so now I'm going to switch to a smaller brush. So we started this at 25, so I'm going to try like 15 and see how that goes.
That's looking really great.
Thank you. Trying to get this to 15 without there. There's a way to like activate the keyboard, and I don't know how to do it at the moment. But so we're going to use a thinner one for smaller details, and I don't know that it's enough of a difference here.
I mean, it looks thinner to me.
That's a little bit, yeah. Let me bring it down just to like 13 and see if that maybe is just enough. Because I want there to be just enough difference. Wrong pen. There we go. Yeah, I think that works. because then it's clear that those are, you know, details, and then it won't fight. Actually, because this is thinner, I am going to take the smoothing up just a little bit, just because I want to have a little more control over these.
So I'm noticing that you have some repeating elements. Is there a reason why you don't just like duplicate from like one element and just, you know, create copies of it?
I've tried that in the past, and it's faster for me to just draw them than it is to copy paste and yank them around and try to make sure that they look different enough and don't look copy pasted. But like, I have done it before. It's just, I feel like it's a lot harder for me to, you know, make sure that there's not anything that looks like it's just duplicated. So, like, for me, a lot of it just comes down to, you know, workflow. We're coming down to, I think, like the last like 10-ish, 12-ish minutes. My goal is to get this done.
Yeah, you're almost there.
Because then I can show just like adding in a couple little elements for some additional areas for like kids to color that shouldn't take away from it.
And will the final product be like a PDF or is it a JPEG?
You know, I think I usually offer it as like both, just in case.
Okay, yeah.
So like this, I might throw it, I have a Gumroad shop, so I might throw it up on Gumroad for like, you know, for free, just for fun, to see how it resonates with people. And with Gumroad, I'm able to have a lot of control over like the content area, so I can upload multiple types of files. So people can go in there and they could choose like, I want the JPEG or I want the PDF.
Oh, okay.
And then I usually put like, you know, licensing stuff in there as well. Just, you know, don't reproduce as like your own, or, you know, claim it as your own. Don't sell it as your own.
Yeah, it's important to have those little statements.
Yeah.
Make sure people understand what their purchases usage are for. Can't just, you know, take it and distribute it all over the place.
Yeah, exactly. Because, you know, I mean, that's unfortunately, you know, just by putting something online, you do risk that. And there's no way to entirely stop it. You know, just because there's unethical people everywhere. And so, like, I sell brushes, and I have like a README file that's just like, you know, by purchasing and downloading this, like, you understand that you can't redistribute this as your own. You can't alter the brush and then sell that brush as your own. You can't, you know, just pass this out to other people. You know, I try to make it very clear, like what the, you know, what it's for. And I also have the, like, you can use these for, you know, commercial projects. Because some people will have like a different price for personal and commercial, and I just
yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, for something like this, for things like that, I found people will, you know, generally they'll buy the personal one just because it's cheaper, and there's no way to control whether or not they actually use it for a commercial or not. So I give, you know, commercial rights and stuff. They just can't redistribute the brushes. Oh, I missed a star.
Helena just joined the chat. Hi, Helena.
Hello.
If you're just tuning in, Shauna's working on a digital coloring page. She is using the vector brush on Fresco and drawing over her sketch in a separate layer to create her final product.
Oh, I'm so close.
So close. Just a few more stars.
I'll have just enough time, hopefully, to show like a quick little add-on. Because I'll add in something that's not in my sketch, but that I can put here just so that there's extra stuff to color. But we're close.
Yeah, I think a digital coloring page is such a cool idea to get your art out there as a product. Since it's digital, you don't have to worry about, printing and inventory.
Yeah.
And yeah. And also, you're just kind of like creating your own opportunity. You don't have to wait for someone to be like, hey, design a coloring book for us. You can just go for
Exactly.
it and do it yourself.
Exactly. I think there's people too, they'll do it through like the Amazon publishing. 'Cause
Self-publish.
yeah, because then they don't have to worry about like, all they have to do is put it up,
Yeah.
and then everything else is taken care of for them. So they're just print on demand. Which is a way to do it, because there are people who've done that and then they've had, publishing deals for other coloring books just because they sold well, as a self-publish.
All right, over in the chat, Corey says they just published their first children's book about motorcycles, and they are really enjoying the stream right now.
Oh,
Thank
how
you, Corey.
awesome.
And congratulations.
Yes. Major congratulations. That's awesome. I don't think there's a ton of books out there about like motorcycles for kids, so that's a good a good subject. We're so close.
I think you'll make it.
I think
Just
so
a few
too.
more stars.
Because we'll have like 6 minutes before everything's over. Okay. I got them all. We did it. Hooray.
Amazing.
So I'm going to turn off the sketch, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new layer, because if it screws up, I don't want to worry. And I'm going to go to about 20, because I do want this to be a little bit bigger than the details, but I want it to not get confused with the main lines. But so what I'm going to do, and what I'll go in and do is erase. So I'm just going to make long lines. And forgot that I have the little border here so I wouldn't see it right away. So we're just going to quickly do some little like galaxy
okay.
lines.
And these are like the background lines.
Yeah. And so the big thing I want to make sure I do is like don't tangent anything too badly. But for the sake of this, that probably won't happen. But I can clean it up later. Anything can be fixed. So now I'm just going to go and erase these anywhere that it overlaps. Actually, would that go? Yeah, that would go through the helmet just slightly because it's see-through.
Good catch.
Yeah. Decisions in the moment. Yeah, like right here, like that's tangenting for me, but
Yes.
that's something I can fix it later. It's not too big of a deal in this regard. Like if I were doing this for like a, client, I would fix it right away, but
Yeah.
for right now, just for the sake of time, I will leave it as is, and then if I've got time before we finish, I'll go and adjust it.
Yeah, and for those who aren't familiar with the term tangent, that's in the illustration when like elements are just touching at that point, and it's just kind of distracting, and you just want to try to avoid that. And so what was happening was that line was touching the pinky of the hand.
Yeah. What I would do is either pull it out from the pinky, or I'd pull it behind the pinky more to fix that. Like you can see a tangent's almost happening here. So it's another spot that like I would go and fix. Oh, I missed a whole section here. And there's another tangent happening here. So there's like little things that I need to fix. And that also could just come down to something like that. I just move that particular element versus redrawing the line.
Yeah, that would be more efficient.
Yeah, and then here, just because I can kind of fake that it's not there. So, because it's just too tight of a space to keep
Right.
that line there. There's nothing to color. Like there's a tangent right here, but because I'm erasing it, it's not going to be an issue. Especially because where it enters is higher up. Then make sure I'm not missing any. I'm gonna go fix one.
Looking awesome.
Thank you. Now here's another tangent here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go fix a couple of these, and I'm gonna use the lasso tool. And I'm just gonna move them over, because it just makes it's easier in that regard than trying to redraw the line, especially for something like that small.
And it's great that it's on a separate layer, so you're not messing up the lines underneath when you drag that circle.
Yeah. I'm actually going to move this one, and then I'm just going to fix...
Oh, whoops.
No, I'm going to fix the line.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was like, what happened there?
Yeah, I just I didn't like how it was intersecting there. So, yeah, that's a little better. And then what I can do with this line as well, because it won't be super noticeable, is I can just move it up a little. And like these arrows down here, if you just drag it around, like you don't really get a whole lot of control if you're trying to send it up just a little. There we go. But if you press the little circle here and you can actually just drag it and it stays on the line that way.
Okay.
So I'm able to move that because where it was too far down, but this would still connect just fine there.
Yes.
So now I can go in and erase that, and then...
Yeah, you're pretty much done.
Yeah. Okay, and that's good because the edge is far enough over, and then I will just erase this line that goes over. Got a couple that just went outside of the boundaries, so I'm going to remove those. And
I think you got them all.
I think I did too. Got one here. I kind of want to move that one just for the sake of moving it. But yeah, otherwise, I think we did it.
You did it.
Yay!
It looks awesome.
Thank you.
All right. Well,
all right, now, okay. Here is the finished product.
Finished
Ta-da!
product. Ta-da.
We
All
did it.
right. Well, that's just about the end of the stream. Shauna, can you tell us where people can follow you?
Yes, you can follow me on social media at Shauna Parmesan or at shaunalynn.com.
All right. Well, thank you all so much for joining us. If you missed parts of the stream, replays will be available on Behance and YouTube. And stay tuned because I'm going to be switching spots with Shauna. All right. Thank you so much for watching. Bye.
We're gonna talk about lighting, editing, how to prep for a shoot as well. You can see it's like literally so simple. I have one light behind her and we're just like making it work. But yeah, I wanted to dive into maybe like how I prepare for a shoot in a way. I get like really just simplified with what maybe it's like lighting inspo or posing inspo, but it's never anything crazy.
Yeah, nothing too prescriptive. It's just kind of like, okay, this is the general mood.
100%.
Like vibe.
So I knew I wanted to do something that was that first setup with the red. I wanted to do something with a backlight and I knew I wanted to be reds.
Yeah.
And so this is just, just images I found, and then from there I was like ready to go. Like I knew what I wanted. So speaking of sitting, I guess we could start with this image. So this is from that red shoot, and this is obviously completely unedited. I always open my photo in Adobe Camera Raw, and I always have this, you can change this obviously to like different colors, but I always love to go with white because I feel like everyone's phones, they all have white backdrops, and it helps me just like see the image with the white backdrop and to know that like I can brighten it up a bit, you know what I mean? It's just nice having that like stark white to bounce off of. In Adobe Camera Raw, I like to start with just the light panel and I just kind of go through down the line. And I really, for this image, want to have that kind of like spotlight effect going on. So I feel like increasing those highlights starts to kind of create that, which is nice. And then I just kind of move down the line and go to color. I want these images to be really warm. With this image, it already is kind of getting vignetted, so I want to almost increase that vignette. So I'm just gonna kind of go in there. It's literally just a matter of what you like and seeing and just like playing with
the colors that are in the image. Obviously, I'm playing a lot.
I mean,
with,
that's
like,
kind of the
warmer
beauty of
tones.
photography, right? Is that
Yeah.
like it really just comes down to what you like and how
Yeah.
you can infuse that in your images.
100%. So I go into detail in Camera Raw, and then I always press denoise. For me personally, I usually keep it around like 10 to, if it's really grainy, like 25 is the most I'll go. For now, we're just gonna open up this image into Photoshop.
Perfect.
And I always obviously unlock my layer, unlock and duplicate. To edit skin, I sometimes just like will go in with this like mixer brush tool.
Yeah.
And what I'll do is just pull from the image.
From the colors itself. Yeah.
Yeah,
the
so I'll just
color,
option click there, and then it just like kind of smooths it out. It's kind of like its own Gaussian blur. It's like
Yeah.
sourcing from your original image and just like mixing things together. And like you probably can't even tell that I'm doing anything right now, but in my brain, I'm
You're
doing
like,
a lot.
I am. It builds
No,
up, you know?
100%. And then from there, I'm just kind of going into my adjustment layers. I'll from here usually like combine my layers, and then I'll bring it back into Adobe Camera Raw. This is how I sometimes will like filter my images. I love using the presets in Camera Raw. I do
Ooh,
this
yes.
with every single one of my photos.
Yeah.
Like I just love how these look. Yeah, I'll usually play on these presets and then bring the opacity of those layers down to like literally sometimes like 5%. But I did save some textures as well. So this one you can see is just from Adobe stock, and we can just like make it big here to fit the frame. I like to just like see what we're working with, you know?
Mhm.
So I feel like
Ooh.
screen is always, light and screen are always
Light
a
and
good one.
screen.
Again, this is literally doing like other people will probably think I'm crazy for like the smallest adjustment, but I swear it really adds up.
It does though.
It really, really does. Photos that you've shot in the same sort of lighting,
Uh-huh.
you can just throw on your previous Camera Raw edit. So I'll just go apply previous setting.
Yes.
And it looks
Oh,
exactly the same
wow.
pretty much. I want to kind of go into one of those Mylar
Oh.
images. Always just, again, playing with all these adjustments. Maybe I
Ooh,
kinda like
these
that
vintage
one.
ones are good,
Yeah, the vintage
too.
always comes through. Just even this little thing, I can get rid of that really quickly. There's a few different ways that I would use. So one is the patch tool. I
Yes.
like love the patch tool. I think it comes in handy. We can just quite literally circle that little part and then bring it over here where it's a bit smoother, and it's like literally already gone.
Wow.
It's that
Beautiful.
easy. We have that image we walked
Wow.
away with. This with the expanded backdrop and the fill, and these images as well. And yeah, you saw a little bit behind the scenes, and it was nice to like bring you guys along in like the whole process and how we kind of got here.
You did amazing. So,
Thank you.
thank you so much for being here and
Of
for sharing
course.
all of your tips and techniques. Anyway, thank you guys.
Bye
Bye-bye.
guys.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Adobe Live. If you were in the last stream and stayed around, thank you for joining us and staying. And if you are just joining in, thank you for joining. I'm your host, Shauna Lynn, and I'm here with the very talented Ann Chen. Ann, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm really excited to get started today. I see we have a lot of people in the chat still from the previous stream. We've got Cody. We have instructor Corey. And we have Robert and a few other people that have been very frequent viewers of these streams. So we're excited to have you back. So why don't you tell people about yourself
Yeah.
and what you do?
All right. Well, my name is Ann, and I am an illustrator, lettering artist, and muralist from Salt Lake City, Utah. Here's some of my work. I do lettering-based art. I love to do hand lettering and illustrations of people. My style is very playful and colorful. So here are some of the work I've done. Lettering on magazine cover, lettering on packaging, Oh, and over here is actually something I made with my first Adobe Live appearance.
Oh, very cool.
So this is like a faux paper design.
Yeah. I was gonna say, it looks like cut paper.
Yeah, so it's to mimic paper cuts, but it was actually created combination of Illustrator and Photoshop.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and I also do murals. So these are some of my hand-painted murals for different companies, mostly in Utah.
Mm-hmm.
And when I'm not doing client work, I'm designing products for my own online shop where I mainly sell physical products of stickers, a little bit of art prints, and things like enamel pins that you could, decorate your backpack and hats with, and keychains.
I have that Kindred Spirits one. I love that.
Oh, you do?
I do. I have that, and I think an Anne of Green Gables.
Yes. Yeah, so this is like an Anne of Green Gables inspired art piece. I love Anne of Green Gables.
I love that. Yeah, I love that Kindred Spirits pin, and I love that you made a little card backing to go with it that complements it so well.
Thank you.
This rose gold is so pretty. It's my favorite.
Thank you. Okay, well, with that said, let's jump into what we'll be doing today.
Okay.
I'm going to be creating a sticker design featuring a lettering, and the lettering is Mill Creek Common, Mill Creek Canyon. Mill Creek Common is the skating place I so I got skating on the mind. Sorry about that.
We were talking about skating prior to the streams. That's why.
Mill Creek Canyon is a popular hiking spot in Utah, and this is a photo I took on one of my fall hikes with my parents. And so,
God, that's pretty.
yes, isn't that gorgeous? So when I sell stickers, I sell them online, but I also sell them at like local shops in Salt Lake. And so the stickers that have done really well for me are stickers that are related to like the city of Utah.
Mm-hmm.
And so with that in mind, that's why I'm doing Mill Creek Canyon. Beautiful, gorgeous hiking spot. And I just want to show like some of my iterations of my sketches. As you can see, starting off with a really rough sketch, just kind of playing around with ideas of where my swatches are going. And this is really rough, just playing around to see like which parts of the lettering we can exaggerate. And then in the next iteration, you can see it's a little neater. I've drawn some guidelines here so that my lettering looks more uniform. And as you can see, I made some corrections to my lettering. I noticed my M over here was looking a little wonky, and I couldn't figure out why, so I pulled up some fonts and looked at the letter M and realized that, the thickness of the M is incorrect for my first iteration here, and so I corrected that in my second iteration. And also the height of my letter I was following the X height, and that is inaccurate as well. The height of the I actually, the dot is above the X height. So I made all those corrections. So anytime if you're new to lettering and you feel like your words are looking a little wonky, don't be afraid to like pull up some references to check.
Now with your M, how did you like obviously looking at the type, but what about it was wrong?
Yeah, so over here you can see that this stem right here is really thick. But in the actual, like a correct version of the letter M is that this first stem right here is thin, and then you have the thick, and then this thin stem again. So I had that incorrectly.
So it's essentially kind of like with calligraphy where it's thin on the upstroke and thick on the downstroke.
I'm not too familiar with calligraphy.
Oh. I only know that because I like, was trying to learn it.
Yes.
Yeah, because when you're going up, if you're using like a pointed pen going up, it'll catch the paper. But when you're going down, you can actually press and open the prongs.
Yeah.
Sorry, like
That's
little
a
factoid.
good fact. And then I did a third iteration where it's much cleaner. I've really figured out where my swatches want to go, and I added like a few more ornamental details of these little curves, or you can call them tails. I think they make this lettering look more ornate and just kind of mimics that nature vibe.
Yeah.
And I just added more details to the leaves that I wanted to have surrounding the lettering.
I love how much movement there's. I specifically love this little oak leaf on the sea.
Oh, thank you.
Like that, I think is my favorite little detail right there. It's very
you.
cute. But you have a really nice amount of movement between the lettering and the illustration, and they work together very seamlessly.
Appreciate that. So now I'm going to be vectoring my sketch. So I have an artboard over here. Oh, some little housekeeping. When we're designing for print, you want to make sure your file is set to CMYK color mode and 300 ppi. And if you don't know how to change the color mode, it's just in File and Document. And you can switch between RGB and CMYK. So yeah, I have my artboard here set to 3 inches by 3 inches. Because I want my sticker to kind of fall within maybe 2.5 inches wide. That would be like maybe this big. Okay, so I have my sketch layer in this layer, and then I'll be working actually in the layer underneath the sketch so I could see my sketch. But first, we're going to talk about a few key points about vectoring. So to create really beautiful, sharp, crisp lettering vector, you need to place your anchor points on the extrema, and you need to use mostly horizontal or vertical Bezier handles to create really smooth curves that are easy to modify. And I'll go into what all these crazy words mean.
I've never heard the word extrema before.
Extrema?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what it's all about. But basically, if you're new to Illustrator, every shape we create in Illustrator, they're pretty much made up of anchor points, and the anchor points define the direction of our line work. So with a circle, you can see that there are anchor points here, just like this diagram here. And then the Bezier handles, they control the curves. So you could, let's see, drag these handles to manipulate the curves. What else do I have in my notes here? So you can only see these Bezier handles when you use the direct selection tool, which is this white arrow up here in the corner. So that's how you activate them. And basically the extrema is the outermost area of a curve. Let's see, let me zoom into this diagram here. It's where a curve ceases to rise or fall in slope. So how I like to vector is placing anchor points on the extrema. And you can see that in a circle, these are where the extremas are. You can kind of imagine it as a clock. So I have an anchor point at 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock. So over here on this lettering of the letter A, you can see that this curve right here, if I imagine that it's part of a circle, I would place an anchor point at 6 o'clock. And if you're imagining this giant curve right here as part of a bigger circle, you're placing an anchor point at 12 o'clock. And you have to use horizontal or vertical Bezier handles. And to demonstrate that, I feel like I'm talking so fast.
You're fine. I'm learning things that I truly did not ever know or hear before. Like,
tell me to slow down if I'm going too fast. But thank you.
And if Chad, if you have any questions, by all means, like, please ask. Alana said Anne is very talented.
Oh, thank you, Alana. I'm so happy you're watching.
Yeah. She also says using a font for double checking your lettering is a great tip.
Yes. All right, so I'm just going to do a little demo of what I mean by using horizontal and vertical Bezier handles. So we know what a circle looks like, but I'm just gonna draw one with a pen tool real fast. So I have the pen tool selected over here. It's also the shortcut P. And I'm holding down, I'm using a touchpad, so I'm clicking and holding down with a touchpad, and I'm dragging while holding shift. As you can see, when I hold shift, it snaps to horizontal, 45 degrees, or vertical. So I'm just gonna draw a quick circle while holding shift. Let's see, close that. And then I'm going to use the pen tool again, and I'm going to place a bunch of anchor points to draw a circle, just excessive amount of anchor points. And I'm not using my horizontal or vertical.
This is embarrassingly how I do it.
Oh no. Well, now you can know a better way.
Yeah, when you know better, you do better.
So you can see that there are these like tons of, let me select it. I have tons of anchor points, and they're just kind of randomly placed. And my Bezier handles are all over, in whichever direction. And you can see that this is really hard to manipulate. You have to, really grab all these handles and try to move them around to try to get to the shape. Whoops, that could happen. So yeah, it's just really wonky and not great. Whereas over here, I only have 4 anchor points. It's looking much better. It's not a perfect circle, but it's looking more smooth and round. And so we're going to carry that concept into the lettering down here.
And now, is there any point that you would deviate from the extrema?
Yes, there will be some exceptions.
Okay. I'm assuming that's when you go to like refine later.
Yeah, there'll be some exceptions also with like the Bezier handles. You want to keep them mostly horizontal or vertical, but there will be times where you might need to adjust a bit to just get the curve that you want.
Okay.
Okay, let me see if I'm working in the correct layer. So I'm in the layer underneath my sketch. I'm just gonna click the pen tool, and I'm gonna start with the letter C. And you want to start drawing your vectors at like an endpoint of a letter. Like I don't want to just suddenly start right here.
Okay. Apurva says regarding your speaking speed that you're fine because they clocked themselves and they talk at 240 words per minute. So,
oh my goodness.
And Robert said, never thought about that with Extrema. Great tip.
Good, I'm glad. Okay, so I clicked on this corner of the letter C. So I'm gonna hold on my touchpad and drag while holding Shift to lock the horizontal Beziers. So I'm just gonna go through that, and I'm imagining this curve as part of a big circle. So that's why I'm putting my anchor point here at 12 o'clock. And if I zoom out, imagining this giant curve as a circle, I would put my anchor point at 9 o'clock. I hope my clock reference is making sense to people.
It makes sense to me.
Good. So right here, if you're imagining a big circle is, right here against this curve, you would be placing the anchor point at 6 o'clock. So maybe if you're watching along, you kind of guess where I'm going to be placing my anchor points. And if you can guess it correctly, that means you understand the concept and you're on your way to vectoring anything.
It makes sense, though, because it keeps your document super clean.
Yes.
Makes it easy if anyone ever has to work in your document.
Exactly.
I see here you're working with the fill activated. Do you ever work with just the outlines, or do you prefer the fill?
Oh, yeah, that's an interesting question. I do prefer the fill, so I can really easily see what my lettering looks like. When you don't have a fill, I think it's a little harder to understand the overall piece. As you can see, whoops, this one's not closed. Let's get back. Let's undo that. I think something weird happened. So if I can, no. Okay, that's okay. Okay, I think I got it. All right. Okay, and I'm closing that. Okay. So as you can see, it's not perfect to my sketch, but now I can use my direct selection tool to get back into the handles, and now I can manipulate them to align with the sketch better. And I'm gonna click, let's see, click my handle, I believe the Alt, it's the Option key. When you click the Option key and drag the handle, you're only manipulating one part of the handle. So I want that right there, and that's kind of the exception I was talking about.
Okay. I always hate the one that the point that's like right on the edge of a corner like that, because it's so easy to like mess it up and then it doesn't want to cooperate. And
yeah, so I'm just modifying my handles a bit. Again, holding shift when I want the Bezier handles to stay snapped. Let's see, maybe this one needs to be farther down, dragging it out.
a lot of people are responding well to the Extrema tip.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I'm glad.
I'm not the only one who's never heard of it.
Yeah.
And Alana says the clock idea makes sense.
Good. All right, so I have letter C. That's looking pretty good. I'm going to quickly do a letter A. This is 12 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 6 o'clock. We have a 3 o'clock. If you click on the anchor point again, it'll turn that other handle to a corner handle. So
I didn't know that. I don't factor much, but like that makes life so much easier.
Yeah, there's also like these other tools up here that can help you convert between corner and curve. But I'm more used to using the short keys on the keyboard. So clicking to get rid of that handle, placing my anchor point at 6 o'clock. Let's see, right here.
Now with the trackpad, you're moving at the speed of light, which is great. Do you prefer trackpad or do you prefer mouse?
I do prefer the trackpad. It's I'm just a lot faster on it. I had a laptop just for a very long time throughout my college days and never used you don't really carry your mouse around, right? When you're like going to classes. So I just got really used to using the trackpad.
Okay.
So instead of so this bow of the letter A, I'm just going to use the circle tool for now and just draw a quick circle right here. Just going to worry about that later. I did forget to draw some guidelines. So I'm going to drag some guidelines here. Let's see. Oh, looks like I have one already up here. They're hidden. You press Command semicolon to toggle between view of your guides. So like for the letter N, instead of just drawing it out manually, I like to use the rectangle tool to just quickly draw out that part, having it snap to the baseline. And then I'll draw these little serif pieces out.
And then do you just use Pathfinder after that to...
Yeah, eventually they're all going to be grouped together. I think that one is not aligned. Okay, there we go. Down here, I'm going to draw the serifs real fast. Let's see. Dragging it out. Okay. Maybe a little something like this. You can check the wireframes by pressing Command Y to toggle between the wireframes to see if your paths are intersecting. It looks pretty good, but I do want to just carry this line over so that when I do the whole combined paths later down the road, they actually combine because they're touching each other. Okay, and then just gonna drag this piece over. I did a duplicate and I held Option, I think.
Yeah, that I can confirm. It's Alt or Option.
And I just do, I'm mirroring it with the Reflect tool. So I'm going to just put it right here. And let's make sure it looks pretty good. Yeah, so now we have that part of the letter M. And I would just group all that together with Command G. And since, the lettering anatomy, it repeats. I can just use that for my letter I. I could bring this up here. Let's see.
What did you do
this
there?
down. Oh, So I'm just making duplicates, and these were a group. So I'm double clicking to, get into the inner layer, and I'm just isolating and dragging this down. And then I'm going to click on the anchor points of this rectangle and using my arrow key to move it up.
To do the big ones, was it arrow key and shift? The big jumps, I mean.
Oh yeah, the big jumps, yes. Yeah, if you press shift, you do like big jumps. If you do like just, without the shift, it's tiny big jumps.
Yeah, it's like 10 points versus 1 point or something, if I remember right.
I had no idea. 10 points. Okay.
I think it's like, give or take, but it's like like a bigger increment.
Yeah. Well, I think I need to move on now from this part, but this is basically the gist of doing vectoring your lettering. I have over here the whole thing already drawn. As you can see, I'm drawing these in pieces. So these are all individual separate pieces. Like this part was duplicated over here to create, this part of the letter R. And before I created a circle to create this bowl of the A, which is this area right here. And at this point, I want to combine my paths together. First, we're going to keep a working copy. Yes, we want to do that. We always want to keep a working copy. Let me turn off the guides. Just in case you need it later for whatever reason. I'm going to lock this layer underneath so that I don't keep touching it. So I'm going to click on my circle here and clicking on the black shape, and I'm going to my Pathfinder to do minus front. So now the bowl of the letter A got cut out. So now that's how we create the letter A. And for the letter O, these are just two circles. The white one is just sitting on top. So I'm selecting them both, doing the minus front in the Pathfinder window. And then same thing over here with, the K, minus front. And now I'm gonna drag everything, and I'm gonna combine them together using the Unite tool. So now it's a whole piece together. Over here, I already have my leaves drawn out. And I'm just gonna go over like a little quick about my colors, how I color my designs in Illustrator. But basically when I vector, I try to keep, I draw all the shapes out first, and I keep them grayscale because I don't want to like start messing with colors, because colors can take forever.
Yeah, they really can.
Yeah. So I like to keep it in grayscale, and then I start adding colors once everything's complete. So like over here, I'm using the eyedropper tool. I'm just picking out some of the colors from the reference photos here. And
you still have time too if you want to show how you vector a leaf or anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're doing really good on time. So
I have so much to show you guys. I'm gonna use the gradient tool over here. I really like this freeform gradient feature. You can like move these little circles around and add different colors. So I'm clicking on one of this circle thing right here using the eyedropper tool, and I can pick out, a color from here, and then clicking this, again, pick out a color from here, and maybe I don't want a third one, I could just delete it. So yeah, this is a really cool gradient feature that I like.
That keeps the gradient live, right?
Yes. And also over here I have actually some elements, like a shape within a shape. There's now like this draw inside tool where you can like click on a shape, go down over here and do draw inside, and then I'm gonna do a color, and it becomes inside. Isn't that awesome?
That's so much easier than having to do like clipping masks.
Yeah. So over here, I already did that, but it's just in grayscale. So I'm just gonna like, pick a color.
They added draw inside to Fresco a while back, and now it makes sense how that would work. Because I've tried it with like raster, and it doesn't fit my workflow well. But like if you're doing the vector pen, that makes so much sense.
Yes, I love this tool a lot.
So cool.
It's so much easier than using a clipping mask. But I didn't show you guys how I drew these little veins on the leaves. These are just with the pen tool as well, but it's just a stroke instead of a solid. So I'm going to get rid of that. Do a white perhaps, and I'm just kind of drawing out these lines. And what happened here is I used the line width tool right here, and I click on this, and let's see. Oops. Let's go back. Oh no. Disaster. Let's try that again. Pen tool. I think I just needed to zoom in.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Where did that go? This always happens. Okay. Line width tool. Oh, there we go. So you can see you can manipulate the different ends, and also you can add one in the middle.
Oh, that's cool. So it treats the stroke almost like a filled shape.
Yeah, and you just add different thickness to it. So that's how I created these little veins right here. So this one was just more tapered in.
Very cool.
And then you can change the stroke caps to round, or keep it as a, what's that called? A butt cap? Okay.
Sure.
Okay. I didn't know that, but yeah, these are all just rounded off, so they look a little neater.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm zooming out.
We do have a question in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Jay Clothier Photography says, do you have any tips on working on creating your own lettering? I'm not the best at it, but is it just practicing to get better, or do you have any specific tips?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I think for anyone who's interested in lettering, practice is a really huge part of it, but also just looking at a lot of references and having like a good foundation of typography anatomy. So when I went back to over here, you can see like letters look a certain way. Like there's already these rules about type that you kind of have to know about and follow first before you can start breaking rules to make the lettering your own. So I really focus on like learning the basics of typography. So I hope that helps. But yeah, we can like play with colors all day. Mm-hmm. Fortunately, we do not have the time for that. So I do have one that's already done.
Oh, how pretty. I like the muted colors.
Thank you. But yeah, a lot of times I will just drag everything with the selection tool, and I'll use like the recolor feature up here, and I could, change something if I don't want, that color. Mm-hmm. I really like this recolor tool because you can see a preview of what everything looks like.
Have you ever played with the generative color feature?
I have, and it's a lot of fun.
It is.
Yeah. You could use it as like kind of a starting point and then edit the colors from what the generator thing gives you.
It's nice because it gives you some combinations you might not have thought of.
Yes. So right now I'm going to create the contour edge of my sticker. Stickers come in all shapes. It doesn't have to be like a round sticker or a rectangle. It could be something that follows the contours of your illustration. And I think that makes it look a little more interesting than just like a rectangle.
It's called, and if you're ordering stickers, you go and you choose Kiss Cut.
Yes. So to create this border thing, first we'll need to like turn our gradients into solids because technically they're kind of like a clipping mask within the shape.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just gonna quickly do that here. Grab all my gradients. Let's see here.
Cody Bear says, such a cute design.
Thank
I
you.
agree. Robert says, that was fast to make all those letters. In regards to the...
Uh-huh. Thank you.
And I, truthfully, like, I'm impressed too because it's, you know, getting a workflow going in Illustrator, once you have it, it works.
Yeah.
But it's finding the workflow that works best for you.
And that just really takes a lot of practice and time.
Mm-hmm.
I am gonna get rid of these the pieces I drew inside because they're just not going to flatten the way I want to. So I'm gonna double click and then delete those shapes that were inside that leaf.
Now, when you're doing this, because I see, you know, you're flattening all of your stuff, is this like a toss away design just for creating your contour, or is...
Oh, yes. Thank you for bringing that up.
You're
You
welcome.
want to keep a copy of your color version. This would be like a duplicate piece to help you create the contour. That is a good point. So now I'm just going to do expand appearance. So all of my strokes and everything are expanded. And then I'm just going to click a single color. Actually, I think some of this stuff didn't get selected. Change everything to a single color, whatever color, doesn't matter. And now with all this selected, I'm just going to go back to the Pathfinder, click Unite. So everything's united. Go into Object, Path, Offset, Path. And you can see it. This is kind of hard to see, but it did create a contour based on the shapes that were selected. In fact, I'm going to make a copy of the color version so we could see that effect a little better. Maybe we'll just bring it. Let's see. I'm just bringing a copy of that over, grouping it. I'm going to place it on top. Using the align tool, centering it. I'm gonna lock this top color layer with Command L, and I have my black layer underneath selected. And now I'm gonna go back again, do path, offset path. So now we can see that a little bit better.
It's like magic.
Yeah, and I think the default setting is set to this miter thing, but you can change it to round so it looks a lot nicer. You can change the measurements to how thick you want this contour to be.
Do you have like a general size that you do for your stickers, or do you just kind of go like based on how it feels?
Yeah, based on how I feel.
Okay.
So I'm gonna unlock that top layer because I'm gonna see that there's gonna be a lot of wonky negative space. I'm gonna select all this, merge it, then you can see there's these weird gaps right there and I want to get rid of all that. I'm just going to draw a big rectangle over it and select both and merge, and yeah.
That's so much easier than hunting down the stray points.
Definitely. Change that to the color. So, send that to back. So yeah, basically I just created that over here. At this point, I would probably resize this all together and do place it on like an 8x11 and just print it out to see do I want my sticker at 2.5 inches or 3 inches? So yeah, that's what I would do if I were at home. Mm-hmm. But now we're gonna take this file. I'm gonna create a new file. So print CMYK. Let's see. Where are the inches? just do 3. I'm creating my final file as if I were to send this to the sticker manufacturer, the sticker vendor. I would just copy and bring it over here, and I would create a layer. Let's see. Let's create a separate layer called cut. I'm gonna select this thing right here. I'm gonna copy, and I'm gonna paste it. Whoops, paste it over, paste in place. And instead of the solid color, changing it to a red stroke. And this is just so like the sticker manufacturer vendor knows where to cut your sticker. Let's bring back that background color again. Send it to that.
Okay.
So yeah, so now you have like your art layer, and then this is like the cut path for your sticker vendor. And I would just save this out as a Adobe Illustrator vector file and upload it to whatever sticker vendor you use.
That makes sense, because then that way if there's any variance in where the cut is, you don't lose that background and end up with like a white edge.
Yeah, so like, yeah, this is like your bleeds.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, all right. So now I'm gonna bring this sticker design into Adobe Express, and we're gonna animate it to create some
fun.
Cool little social content. I already have a separate file here where I have the same design, but what I did is I combined this path of Mill Creek Canyon together. It's a compound path, I believe. And what that does is that when I bring it to Adobe Express, this is all connected. It's not going to read like the letters as individual pieces.
Okay.
Because
So
when
there's-
you, sorry, what was
I
that?
was just saying, so they're still separate, but it's like they're grouped, but not.
Yeah. You'll see when I open it up in
Yeah.
Express how it's gonna look. So have Express, start from content, click on my Illustrator file. We want to click convert to Express file. Click convert.
That's really cool. You can import an Illustrator file.
Yes, I love this feature. Okay, we're gonna open that up. So you can see that over right here, there's this layers, and everything right now is, I think, grouped together. So we're gonna click on group, and so you can see my lettering is actually one layer, which is great because I don't really want to animate individual pieces of the lettering. But all of my leaves are separate, like the stem is its own layer, the leaf is its own layer, so you will have to group things together if you want to animate them together. So I have already done the work for us right here. So all the leaves are already grouped together. And right now what I want to do is add some motion. Okay, let's see.
Alana says, so cool. Now we all have to visit Mill Creek Canyon.
Yes. Please come visit me, Ilana. I want to, let's see. I want to bring all of these, I want to animate this top group of leaves all at the same time. So I'm going to highlight all of them, including the little circles. And I don't want the lettering to be selected, so I'm going to click on it to deselect. And I'm already at the animation tab right here. So we have the in, the loop, the out. I want to do like an intro where it appears. So you can kind of see all the different options here. They're very fun.
The little bounce was
playful.
cute.
The little bungee bounce.
Yeah.
So cute. Yeah, there's lots of options you can play with here.
Oh, that's cute too.
The tumble.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I do have, I'm gonna do a drop because like it's just like the leaves are falling.
Mm-hmm.
And you can play around with like the duration, which is how long you want that animation to be. I'm gonna just do like 2 seconds. And there's different personalities, so like how strong or what would you call this?
The intensity?
The intensity, yeah. So there's different intensity to the drop. I think the smooth is really nice, and you can do a fade in, I guess, is what's happening here. And you can change directions. You can even start from outside of the page. Whoa.
Oh, that's cool.
But I'm just gonna keep it like this. So that's dropping from above. And going to select all the pieces down here, deselect the lettering, clicking on the circles, okay, and then I think I want to do the same animation but have it appear like from the up direction.
Okay.
Did I add a fade to the other
Yes.
one? Did I?
Yes.
Okay. And then 2 seconds.
I'm like 99% sure there was a fade.
We'll see if there's a fade. We can play it to see if it's.
Oh, there wasn't.
There wasn't a fade?
No,
Okay.
my
let's
brain
just
must have been playing with like when
that
you're
off.
demoing them.
see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's cute.
And select a layer. Ooh. Oh, okay. Now I want to do like the left side of these leaves. See, it looks like it's just these pieces right here. Do the drop again, but coming from the left side. Soft. Do the same thing, 2 seconds, no fade. Okay, that's looking cool.
Oh, it's so cute.
Let's see again. Okay, so I want to select these pieces right here. Get rid of the lettering, deselect the lettering. Add the drop to the right side, no fade. Add soft, 2 seconds. Okay, is that, let's look at it from the very, very beginning. Are they all
Super
moving?
cute.
Or is there some pieces not? I think
I think a couple of the dots might have.
got not selected.
Mhm.
But
Which is weird because I could swear I saw you select them.
I know. Anyways, that's okay. But now I want to add a few individual motions to some of the leaves. So I'm just gonna click. I'm gonna zoom in. You can see sometimes when things are grouped together, it's still gonna like if I click on this while there's 2 squares showing, it's actually not going to, it's like actually trying to select one of the things, I believe.
Oh.
So I want to only select it when it's like an entire rectangle appearing. I hope that makes sense. But basically, I want to add a looping motion to it. See what are our options here. Blinking, okay. Flickering, nah. The bob,
That
that
cute.
feels really nice. Jitter, not quite the vibe I want.
And they have these options in Fresco as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they
That's so
added
cool.
animation options to Fresco, so you can like pick like jitter and all that.
Wow. The spin's kind of fun. But yeah, let's just go with the bob and let's see the speed. Maybe we'll do
Oh.
30 seconds.
Lori says, will these events from today be saved anywhere for reviewing? Absolutely. You can rewatch these on YouTube or Behance on the Adobe Live channels. So they will be archived and viewable whenever is most convenient for you.
Let's see. So I have the bobbing effect for that leaf. I think I just want to do that for a couple leaves. Maybe I'll do them all at once. See if I can select them properly. See. Ah! No!
Oh no!
Let's try this again. Okay. I'm not gonna get greedy and get another one. click on the bob effect. I think I had it at 30 and 15 maybe, 15, or maybe even faster, something like that.
That's nice that it animates each of them separately versus like making them all bob together.
Yeah, I think it's nice to have like little details like that.
Yeah.
Let's see. So yeah, there's a lot of options we could play around with. But yeah, I think animating like your illustrations is a really cool way to get your art out there, especially for products. Any way you can, come up with creative content to promote your products. Have you ever heard of like the rule of 7 in marketing?
Actually have not. Please enlighten us, because I have not.
Well, I'm not a marketing expert, but basically they say like through research, a customer has to like be exposed to your product or brand messaging at least 7 times.
Yeah, okay.
Before they like commit to making a purchase. So whatever way you can, get your art out there and share it in various ways. I think animating your work is a really cool way to capture someone's attention. So yeah, that's what I really love about Adobe Express, making animations super easy for us creatives who just don't have the time to learn other animation softwares. Like After Effects is so hard for me.
Oh, it's
time
really hard.
consuming.
It's like once you get it, you get it, but it's a lot to learn up front. This makes it more accessible.
Yeah. I do have a version here where I did do an outro, so you can see the leaves
Oh, so cute.
tumble away.
Oh,
And
that's cute.
you want to get, if you want the video to loop, I think that's why I wanted to add a fade at first. And yeah, because if it fades and the video loops, it you're going back to the starting point.
Okay, yeah, and it's not as obvious when it cuts.
Yeah.
So early in the stream, you mentioned that you have your stickers in local shops.
Mm-hmm.
How did you go about that?
So the local shops have like this partnership with the creative community. It's called Salt and Honey. Basically, you can just send them your products and say, hey, I'm interested in getting my stickers or products in your shop. And then they'll let you know if they're interested. So I've been with them for quite a few years now. It's a really nice way to sell my stickers, especially if I'm designing, for Utahns. That's a great way to get my work in front of my target audience.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. So it's just being bold and putting yourself out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I think that's what a lot of creatives are doing is, they're sending emails to shops to see if they're interested in buying for wholesale. So yeah, if you are having a hard time getting sales, sometimes you just need to do more outreach. If you want to sell in shops and if you want to sell directly to customers, you may just need to do more with social media. Make sure your work is appearing in front of people.
Yeah. Well, and when you reach out, the worst they can say is no.
Yeah. And rejection is not the worst thing ever.
Yeah. It sucks, but it's not the worst thing.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Should I do a quick recap of what went on today?
Absolutely.
There was so much.
You have a few more minutes, so if you want to recap, by all means. And if anyone has any last-minute questions, this is the time to get them in.
So recap, we went over the keys to vectoring, which is placing anchor points on the extrema and using predominantly horizontal and vertical Bezier handles. And I did a few lettering of the letters. And then I combined all of my pieces together and I showed how I add colors using the freeform gradient tool, the draw inside feature, also the recolor feature, which is my favorite. And then I shared how we created the contour edges of my sticker, and I shared how I would prepare a final file that I would send to a sticker vendor with a cut layer that's separate from my artwork so the vendor knows what the edges of my stickers look like. And then we brought this piece into Adobe Express and we animated it by adding these cute little motion to the leaves.
Very nice. Oh, this looks so good. This was so fun to watch. Apurva has a quick question. If you have any more marketing or sales tips?
Oh, that's a hard one. I would say just be persistent and not give up. If you're not getting any sales, sometimes it takes a while to find like the right audience for your work. So
How often would you say to like reach out to the same, shop or whatever? If you reach out to a shop, you don't hear anything. How often do you think?
Well, I think if you don't hear anything, I would reach out again if I have like new products that I think might align with their shop.
Mm-hmm.
But also just like following up, even if you don't hear anything the first time, like people might just be busy and you need to follow up to get their attention.
Okay, that makes sense. And do you ever go in person to?
In person? No.
No? Okay.
I'm more of an email person.
That makes sense. I get that. Well, this was amazing, and this was so fun to watch. Your process is fantastic. I learned things.
Thank you so much.
I learned things. The chat learned things. I think it was really cool to hear about the Extrema because I truly have never heard that before in my creative career. So I'm really excited to play with that.
I'm so happy to hear that. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, of course. So where can people find you?
I go by N Lettering on the internet. So N Lettering at Instagram, N Lettering on Behance as well. Actually, Behance might just be my name, Ann Chen. But nlettering.com. You can see more of my work there, and I have a shop there as well if you're interested in looking at more of my physical products.
Very nice. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Yes.
Tolu says Anne is a good instructor, cool, calm, and very, very creative.
Thank you.
See? You have nothing to worry about. You were amazing.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you again for joining us, and thank you everyone for hanging out in the chat. Stick around. We have more content coming up, and we will see you shortly.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I'm back here with Don Marshall. If you don't know me and you didn't watch our earlier session,
How dare you?
One, go back and watch it later. And two, I am Meghan Billy. I am on the Adobe Live team. Don, why don't you introduce yourself also?
Yes, hello. I am known as Don Marshall, the obscure Lord of the Rings facts guy, and I absolutely love that nickname. That's a joke from the last session. I didn't pick it, but I am happy to be here at the Adobe studio in front of all of these lights that are so bright and making my skin look so great. It's great to be here.
It is. It's great to have you. Well, today has been a really exciting day. So the whole day has been about making money with your creative pursuits and creative passions. So we started out the day talking about how to make different creations with Amaze and Adobe Express. We're going to show you a little bit more about that today, but you also learned things like how to transform your illustrations into coloring pages that you can then sell, how to make stickers that you can sell to people, and later on we have how to make a brush pack that you can sell, which is going to be super cool. So stick around
watch that
for
one?
that. Yes, we can watch it. But today, right now, we are going to talk about the integration between Adobe Express and Amaze. Why don't you give a quick update for any of those people that weren't watching earlier, what you do and what Amaze is?
Yeah, absolutely. So I am Don Marshall, 72 online, known as the obscure Lord of the Rings facts guy. I make videos about the Lord of the Rings and various, TTRPGs and fantasy elements of a lot of the stuff that I really enjoy doing. From that sort of blossoming creativity channel that I used, I decided to start selling some merch, mostly as a joke, and then it caught on and one of the videos went viral, and all of a sudden here I am 4 years later at the Adobe Studios telling you all how to do stuff like this. So I am absolutely thrilled to be able to do that. Spring by Amaze is the company that I've been using for the last 4 years. I've partnered with them. We have made a lot of really silly but wonderful pieces of merchandise, and I'm very excited to share for all of you, regardless of your artistic ability or your technical know-how, how you can do this. Last time we were here, a couple of hours ago, it was maybe 20, 30 minutes, and we had something up on the store ready to go. And as we can see on screen, we've got something up and ready to go.
Yeah, we got it ready for you guys. I'm going to drop the link in the chat on YouTube, and then maybe Adara, you can drop it over into Behance as well. This way you can follow along and see what we're doing in spring. This is the website to bring you to their homepage so you can take a look at it. But we're going to start by designing something in Adobe Express. From there, we'll take this product into spring and we'll create some physical products as well.
It's going to be great.
So tell us a little bit about this design before we get started.
So this is a design that some of you may have actually seen before if you follow me. This is a very famous image amongst my followers. It is actually Elvish. I made this after the channel came under some attack from some folks that were maybe not so kind and saying some racist stuff, and we wanted to just let everybody know, hey, the Lord of the Rings community is for everyone. You are all welcome here. And that is what it says in Elvish. The ears were sort of like a very silly, just like in Photoshop, just sort of drawing as if it were a children's drawing. And then I have a very wonderful Elvish translator friend of mine named Wizard Way Chris, who translated the Elvish for me. And we made this shirt, and oddly enough, it went viral again. I didn't mean for it to, but the 4 actors that played the Hobbits, Elijah Wood, Dominic Monaghan, Billy Boyd, and Sean Astin, saw this somehow. To this day, I still do not know how, but gentlemen, if you do ever see this, thank you for wearing it. We raised $21,000 for charity, and I wanted to bring this sort of to the forefront because this is one of my sort of bigger pieces of merchandise that is significantly more recognized by folks. You know, we were on the front page of the BBC and CNN, and we made news in New Zealand, which was wild. So this holds a very special place in my heart for this sort of thing.
I think it shows like the power of the Adobe tools, and then also Spring is like they're tools that anyone can use.
Yes.
They're very easy to navigate, especially Adobe Express is something that anyone can navigate and turn into this viral moment like you had.
And it's so bizarre too, because you say literally anyone can do it. I have a journalism background, but I didn't know how to work the ins and outs of Photoshop or Express or any of that by the time I had graduated and was doing any of this. So here I am just sort of fooling around. So I'm looking at you, small business owner or 14-year-old in your bedroom that thinks that they can do this too, you can do this because I can do this. It's literally just sitting down at your computer and learning how. And we're here to teach you today.
Yeah, they make it easy. Okay,
You ready to go?
so let's do this. So we're gonna take this and turn it into like a little patch that we can put it on a t-shirt or a hoodie or whatever.
Yep.
Right now, this on your designs is usually like takes up the whole shirt.
Yes, I had it.
But we're gonna make it a little small and cute and put it in the corner. So,
Yep.
Okay, let's get started.
Okay, do you want to go first? Do you want to
Yeah, sure. Can we switch over to my screen?
Let's do it.
Jacob, studio manager. As you can see, we actually are both working on this document. So if you put your little mouse on
Yep,
here.
gotta put it up there.
Yeah.
Hello,
There
there's
we go.
me.
I can see Don's mouse, and we're able to kind of collaborate on this. So first thing I'm gonna do is make it into, oops.
I'll take that. I don't know if we can do the GIF on a shirt, but my goodness.
I think what this is doing is it's trying to resize it and generative expand it, which is this cool new thing in Adobe Express that they're doing where you can like, it works best on patterns. Yeah. But
There it
let's
is.
go back here because I don't want to resize the whole image. I just want to resize the page.
Yeah, we just
I'm
got to
gonna
get the
make it
pages.
smaller. But if you do have like a,
That's an option.
yeah, it's cool. If you have like a pattern or something that you want to size. So
Fantastic.
feel free to make any edits too while I go.
Yeah.
Because we're working on the same screen. So I just want to make it into kind of like a patch, like I said. And when I think patch, I think like circle, which the logo then like lays on. But I feel like we need something like cuter than a...
This one feels a little diamondy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels different than a circle. So I'm just taking a square. Adobe Express does have diamonds.
They do. I found a few of them
Yeah,
myself, but
but
we can twist.
I like this one because it's wide. The words are wide,
Yep.
so this will give us a little bit more
That's what we're going for.
room.
Okay, good stuff.
And then just to bring to back, I like to just drag. And then you can't really see all the ears here, so
We're gonna change that color a little
color?
bit. Something maybe like a Lothlorien cloak, like a green, like a heather green, little darker
Little
than that.
greener?
Little darker than that.
Okay.
Something
Darker.
Tolkien would approve of.
Okay, these are like recommended. You can see here that it like recommends the kinds.
These are good colors.
Yeah, they're good colors.
I'll
but
take it.
They also have this customizer.
There we go.
If
Yep.
you know the hex code, you can like just drop it in right away. But you can also just play around.
Are you one of those people that has hex codes memorized?
Yeah. No, not memorized, but I
Okay.
have them like saved in a note somewhere about exactly what
Nice.
I like it.
That's a perfect green. Yes, I
That's
love
perfect.
I
Okay.
love what's happening here.
Okay, cool.
And then we also wanted, correct me if I'm wrong, we also wanted some sort of like leafy green stuff on there. We
I
had
want
some
you
shapes.
to add in some stuff that screams Lord of the Rings to you.
Definitely leaves. So here's
Can
what I'm
we
going to do.
Hop over to Don's screen?
Yeah.
Sorry, we're back and forth.
Nope, you're
on
good.
You guys.
Can you actually, because I had it here, and I'm not, so I have this, and it is not, do I have to go to the next? There we go. All right, so you've got it on mine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for just something naturey, something leaves, something having to do with, ooh, you know what? I did have something prepared beforehand, but I actually found something I like better. But you know what? I
No,
don't.
I have a solution for you.
You've got a solution for
Yeah,
me? Hit
click
me.
on it,
Okay.
and then you can do remove background. See where the little doggy is?
Yep.
It is just my favorite tool.
Tell me it's going to be that easy.
I hope it works.
Hey!
Yes.
I love this.
It's so great when it works.
fantastic. All right, so we're gonna change the size of that image just a little bit. Gonna make it just so there's some, some nice little leaves in the background. I'm gonna send it to the back though. I'm not a huge fan of having a very busy screen, but oh no, that's too far back.
Too far
Excuse me. All right, bring forward. Yeah, there we go. So we've got some nice little Lothlorien-ish leaves. Something like, hey, elves.
We're
Very
here, yeah.
on theme, on brand for Tolkien here. All right, so we've got our leaves, we've got our diamond. Now what do we do?
Now I think it needs like
A border, maybe
yeah,
something?
Yeah,
all
it
right.
needs, because again, we're trying to make it like a patch, but if you think about it on like a broader sweatshirt or something, you want it to like stand out and pop. Especially if we did put it on like a green sweatshirt, we would want it to pop a little bit. So
Yeah. All right. So I'm just gonna, if you don't mind me doing this, just sort
Do
of
it.
going through all of
Yeah,
these.
see
You
what
know
you
what?
like.
This is. I'm a huge fan of gold and green. I think that might be a bit too much though.
you can always remove the background.
Yeah. I'm gonna. Can we remove insert object erase? Hopefully I don't break things too much.
You can always undo,
Oh,
right?
I did, and then I went
broke
too
it.
far back. I broke it. Guys, I have broken Adobe. No, it's okay. We'll get it back. All right, my stuff in here just now. There we go. All right, so we're looking for something a little, oh, that's a video. I can't put videos on a shirt. Try as I might.
I know what this happened.
Oh.
This got put as a background.
Oh, okay, let's go ahead and remove
How
that.
do you do that? Oop. Okay, there we go.
Okay, and then we want to get rid of that one. That's not what I wanted. We're looking for something, maybe like a gold border, something simple, something elegant, something that really brings out
Elegance.
the Tolkien. Yeah, you know, elegance, my brand. It's not. It's very much not.
While you're doing this, we had a question from Robert. He said, if I understand the concept of Spring, so after you make the shop, you upload your designs and Spring prints on demand in the US and ships to everywhere, or is it just US?
Pretty much
too?
everywhere. Yeah, we don't have too many places we don't ship to. It's pretty awesome, I will say. That is, and also I should mention, all of this is free. All of this within the Spring platform is completely free, which is one of the reasons I chose it in the beginning, because I was broke and just out of college and trying to find the best ways to figure out how to expand my merchandise and my presence. So I'm actually, ooh, you know what?
You like that?
I do. Can I put both on two sets? Because I want to.
Yeah, I would just copy paste it.
Oh, okay.
And then you can just hit this like little flip button.
I love it. Let me get rid of this one. I had two there. Then boom. Can we resize that?
Yes. Resize.
Boom. Twist. Oh man. See, this is the problem with this. Now I just want to create an entirely new line of merch
Right?
when I'm
Now
doing
you're
this.
like,
How?
Okay, wait, that looks cool.
I really dig that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's keep that.
Okay, cool. So I think one thing we need to make sure, actually, there's a little, I'm like so ADD about this. There's a little bit of the elfish being covered.
Oh,
so I'm
yep.
just moving it
Let's
a
push.
little bit.
Push up a little
Now
bit.
the ears are covered. Oh no.
Can we expand the size of the? There we go.
Let's expand the size of the.
We can also flip it another. Yeah, there we go.
I kind of like the background, like coming,
Yeah.
like it's not.
It's not
exactly
complete. Yeah.
even.
Okay.
Cool. That looks good, right?
I'm digging this.
I am too.
All right.
So I think we need to remove the background. Since we're on your screen, maybe I can just walk you through it.
Yeah, let's do it. Walk
if
me through
you
it.
hit that background color.
Yep, right in the top middle.
Yep.
Okay.
And then go to custom.
Custom.
And then pull the where it says 100. There's like a little slide tool.
We're gonna slide it all the way down. Boom.
There. Now it's a PNG.
And now
transparency.
it's a proper PNG.
Yeah. So what we can do is we can maybe download it and bring it into Spring.
Let's do that.
Let's do
All
it.
right, select.
And we can show this whole process now.
So file format, I'm gonna go transparent PNG. That's typically how we always wanna do it. So we prepare the file, we download it. I really like this.
I know, I
This
do
is fun.
too.
All right. Downloading, complete, save to camera roll. All right, so this is like one of those cooking shows. I've already got it up and ready to go. So here is the Spring by Amaze dashboard. You can see we've got create product in the top left-hand corner. One of the easiest things to do, it's literally just a couple of buttons away. You click, and then you have access to a whole lot of stuff. Do you want this on anything in particular?
Yeah, I was kind of thinking, like, what's gonna be cool? Like, what about like a little fanny pack? Do you have?
Let's
any
do fanny pack.
packs?
Let's do fanny pack. I don't know if they're called fanny packs
Maybe
on
like
here.
book-
There we go, fanny
Fanny
pack.
pack.
Boom.
This is gonna look cool.
This I'm very excited for this. Oh, and actual backpacks. That.
Oh, that could be cool too. I also love this color green on a backpack.
Oh yeah, it's a nice
It's
one.
like a perfect green for a backpack.
Okay.
There's so many products.
There are. Give me 1 second to find. Here we go. We're in accessories. There we go. Okay. So you'll notice there's a little bit of an Adobe integration already in there. We are designing this with Adobe Express. We can bring things in. So I'm gonna go ahead and add my image, get the border.
Yeah, we'll show you guys in a little bit how you can like design right with Adobe Express in here.
That's for later.
But stay tuned if you want those tips.
All right, so let me just size this. And then the other thing I really love about this is how the print quality will show. So we will go from the design portion to boom.
Ooh, like
preview
a
portion.
great mock-up, yeah.
Setting the price, I'm gonna make that go down just a little bit since this will not be a real thing. Unless people
don't
do
know.
people want to buy a fanny pack of your? I mean, we can do it. We can do it if you really want.
We did it earlier.
We did.
so-
We did. I don't think anyone's bought that particular one, mostly because it's my face. But let us know in chat.
Yeah, this
let us know in chat if you want. All right. So with the advanced, we can have potentially showing the back. We can potentially show the front. I think for this particular one though, it's pretty good. So we're gonna click OK.
I just want to reiterate too something you said earlier about how this is free to use.
Yeah.
Like you don't need to have a membership
Nope.
or anything in order to make these creations. So that is really cool.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan.
Literally anyone can do it.
It was quite literally the fact that it was free was the reason that I chose them initially, because I didn't really know what I was doing, and they guided me through every step of the way. So let's say theoretically you're also interested in making this not just a fanny pack, but a sticker. I'm just gonna go ahead,
This would be a good sticker.
press the plus button, click that edit, and then boom, already done and there and ready to go.
That's a good sticker.
Is a good sticker. I'm a huge fan of that. Although I am seeing the green. Can we show how easy it is to just flip back and forth again?
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll notice a little bit on there, the gold on the leftmost ear is covering it up a little bit. So I'm gonna go back in here, find the border, expand that just a little bit, and move it down and up ever so slightly and increase the size.
Yeah, might need to make it a little bit.
Yeah, gotta do a little bit more there. Go.
The ones on the weird thing about this is like sometimes those ones on the side may cut it off a little bit.
Interesting.
So yeah, if you go back,
I think we.
which undo is my favorite thing
Undo.
on Express. As someone that does not identify as a graphic designer, undo. Okay, and then if you pull the corners where it's like a circle,
Pull the corners where it's a circle.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. There we go.
Yep.
There we go.
that doesn't mess with it.
Nope. Okay. So we're gonna go there. We're gonna move this up as well, and I'm gonna twist this just a little bit to make it a little more fancy. Okay. Boom. I like it. And so now we are downloading it again, bringing it up. And this is literally how easy it is. You download the file, you upload it, you redo whatever you need, and you're good to go there.
And then you can also change it super easy in Spring.
Yes,
which you'll show.
I'm going to do that in about 0.5 seconds. So we come to this, we'll continue for that for just a second. We're going to get rid of that sticker. We're going to go back into the fanny pack. We're going to go back into the design portion and just delete it. We're going to add image. And look, there's our second one.
There's the right one.
And we just bring it in. Boom, boom, boom. And then we're good to go. I'm going to change that though, because it's a little small and I like.
This is the perfectionist in you,
I can't help it. I
know.
literally can't help it.
I think Shauna said in the first session or the last session, like, it sucks to be a perfectionist when you're an artist.
It really does. It is. My work is never done. Okay, so we are going to put this on a crew neck shirt next and then sticker.
Yeah.
So let's
we talked about it being like a tiny little.
Yep, up in the top.
Yeah, so let's
go ahead and add that. We're gonna make that slightly smaller, put it up in that top corner. We hit the preview and boom, there it is. We can also change the colors that we want. You are a fan of blue, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep.
I wonder what the green and blue would look like. It's like giving me camp vibes.
Yeah.
The blue and the green. Like I'm gonna wear it at summer camp.
100%. This is a summer. Welcome to the URL Welcome Here summer camp.
Yeah.
We can't turn
Wait, that would actually be a great summer camp.
I would set up that summer. Join us this summer at the Adobe campus at the URL Welcome Here. All right. So we can choose up to 5 colors. We can set the price. I'm going to keep it at $22.99. We can also, if I scroll down, change the color.
This is my favorite.
This part I love. I can say, all right, well, this is the featured item. I want everybody to see Megan's favorite one that is blue. So that is the featured one that is going to come up when it populates on the website itself. What other bizarre things? We can have up to 15 at any one point. Anything else you want to?
Oh, the sticker. Still, we didn't have the sticker.
Let's get the sticker.
Again.
All right. Let's get die cut sticker. So we're just going to click that and add. Give me something weird. Chat. Can I ask chat?
Yeah,
Am I allowed?
please,
Chat,
ask
give
chat.
me something weird. We've got bucket hats. We've got home decor like a bath mat and a shower curtain.
Ooh, I love that when you load it, it like auto loads the preview.
Yeah.
That's super cool.
This helped me visualize so much of my early merch because I went, do I want that? And the answer was mostly yes.
Yeah.
I do.
That's super
yes,
cool.
I do want that.
You don't even need to click in to see it.
How about drinkware? I'm a huge fan of having too many mugs in and around my desk at all times. So
Classic.
I'm gonna I'm gonna add a mug.
Chat said socks too.
Socks.
After this.
Let's do socks. Yeah. All right. So we've added that. We've got. Hang on. We will go to socks. Are not our best sellers yet, but that's just because I haven't sold enough.
Okay, so bestsellers refers to your bestseller.
Yes, so bestsellers are
that's
just
cool.
Yeah, I sell a lot of t-shirts,
Yeah.
but someone else might be really into bucket hats
Yeah.
or have more design related things or
Yeah.
more sticker related things.
We were saying too, like earlier in our earlier session, that this kind of design would be great for stickers and mugs
Mm-hmm.
and stuff. But if you're a pattern designer, then that would be great for shower curtains, towels.
Yes.
That would be cool. Maybe we would do that later.
Let's do it. We can also add footwear. We have slides. Let's add
Oh
slides.
my gosh,
Why
the
not?
slides.
Yeah, let's add the slides. So once we have selected all of the products, I'm not going to do all 15 because it's a little bit extra. We get to just go in, throw it on whichever we so choose, and then if you'll notice, there's only the one on here. I am going to add it. We've had one, yes. What about second? So I can put it on each.
Okay.
And so now,
These are so funny.
what colors would you like these in as well? Because we can go.
Wait, do they have the same kind of green?
Oh, let's find out.
Oh, the black is cool.
Yeah, I'm a fan of that. Okay, let's go here and preview. Ooh. Ooh. Okay.
I just am imagining you walking around in these.
I should have had some pre-made.
We should have. Oh my gosh. Please.
All right. So we've got our. I'm not going to charge $50 for slides. I'm going to charge
Oh my
$45.
gosh.
And this is another really great feature that was one of the reasons that we picked Spring by Amaze. The profit margin is always mine to set. I see everything. So if I were to lower that by $9.01, if I can do math, that's 36. I'd make 1 cent. So I now have the
You want to make sure.
choice. I want to make, want to make a little bit of profit, but also want to make sure that people can afford these sorts of things.
Yeah.
We'll go to advanced. We can choose how it's displayed. I'm a huge fan of just displaying the weird side of things. So I'm going to include the green or the black in all of this.
Yeah, I like the green.
And then click continue. And so just like that, my slides are done. Die cut sticker is good. The mug itself, that's ready to go.
Yep.
For me, I don't necessarily need to change anything there. The fanny pack is good. Socks. You want to see the socks? All right, so
look cool.
we go into the design portion. I'm gonna just make that slightly smaller and put it dead center. I could also have it cover the entirety of the sock.
Oh, that's
on
nice.
the back and the front.
If you have the patterns.
Yes.
Great
I can
pattern
also,
designers.
if you are a fan of having everything all over, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna have a bunch of them.
you're gonna make your own
I mean,
pattern.
I'll make our
Yeah.
own pattern. I'm not a graphic designer. Can you tell? I don't know what I'm doing, but I am having a load of fun doing it. So we go into preview, and then boom, suddenly the socks
Cool.
are all already there. Price is good. We go down to advance. I can show you them from the side, can show you them from the other side. We click continue, and then we're good to go.
Cool.
So I'm just gonna go ahead and click continue, and we're gonna be done this in, how long have we been live? 23 minutes? Boom. We are gonna call this You Are All Welcome Here Deluxe. Fancy, I know.
We have some people in the chat saying they were wearing one of your t-shirts earlier.
Oh,
That's so fun.
that's so kind of you. Thank you. I appreciate that. This design was made at the Adobe studio with Meghan. All right, scroll down to advanced.
Shout out to me.
Shout out to you, Meghan. Okay, so the editing the URL is one of the best. I love this because I just create the most random, ridiculous names for these things. So I'm gonna call it You Are All Welcome Here Deluxe.
This is great. Someone was asking earlier, like, how do you get people to then come to your shop and buy?
Yes.
them? I like this because you can really make it personal. So, like, you can send it, maybe it's a book club and
Yeah.
you name it book club.
Yeah.
And then that way they know that this link was,
You can also name it Buy My Stuff, please.
Please.
Just something, the silliest things you can possibly make. And honestly, having the ability to create a custom URL, super helpful because it can create so many different things within the talking points of how you're trying to sell all of this.
Yeah.
But we're gonna do You Are All Welcome Here Deluxe here, and then visibility. I said this on the last thing, but if you're doing like an exclusive launch for just a few people, or if you're just trying to create something a little bit more private, anybody can set the visibility to public, private, or unlisted. It's only available in my shop currently. I only have the one, but you can have multiple.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna go ahead and launch the listing by
that's
clicking
nice
that.
if you're promoting through Patreon.
Yes,
or-
huge for Patreon, or if you've got any exclusives.
Yeah.
While this is loading, though, I do want to show you. We're gonna flip over. Oh, wow! Never mind. We're
This
done.
one was fast
This
this
one was
time.
way faster.
Yeah.
So we are going to create a promo code, which is just right there once it's done. The URL you can just click and copy. I'm gonna. What should the code be? We
already did Adobe.
We already did Adobe. How about Spring by Amaze? Oh no, I can only. How about SBA for Spring by Amaze? So you can use the code for not the next month because I'll forget and it won't work. So for 10% off for the next week, if you use SBA for Spring by Amaze, go ahead and activate that. Oh, promo code must be between 4. Spring by Amaze, D for deluxe. SPAD. We activate that, and now we have a promo code that we can share. So we share the URL, copy it to the clipboard, put it on here, and boom.
There it is.
Done. And
It's
there's the
live.
reminder at the top
That's
of the screen.
crazy. 25 minutes.
Probably less if,
Yeah, 'cause
if I
we
was
were
actually
chatting,
paying
'cause
attention because we were chatting.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, there is one way too to promote this.
Mm-hmm.
Show us. Do you know what I'm talking about? The socials.
The social. Oh, yes,
Yeah.
the integration. I have to get to the integration part next. This is my other favorite part. So you will have noticed on the left-hand side of my screen all of these things within the Spring by Amaze website, and some of them are integrations. And as I sort of zoom in here, we can sell on a whole bunch of socials. You've got YouTube, Linktree, Discord, Twitch, TikTok, Beacons, OnlyFans, and I'm gonna show that to you right now because here's my YouTube channel. This is the Unpredicted Party. This is the TTRPG I was telling you about a little bit earlier, where they do take the Eagles to Mordor. But you'll notice in the top right corner, just above my head here, here's all of my my previous merchandise. So here's the Unpredicted Party merch. Here's a couple of other things. But if I just go ahead and click on that,
That's amazing.
yep, all of a sudden, boom.
Wow.
Fully integrated with one click. So anybody that is just joining or sees me on any type of social, it's completely integrated right there and then. So
This is great for a lot of our people out there and people in the audience who are creators themselves. If you have fans and stuff.
huge if you do,
Yeah.
and even if you don't though. One of the things that I get asked all the time is, how do I get started?
Yeah.
It literally just is as easy as finding something you're passionate about and putting it online. And that's how I got my start. Typically by correcting people or sharing your love or your passion and then correcting people that are wrong. That was what I did. But find your own path, if you will.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Speaking of things that
Yeah.
we're passionate about,
Yeah.
should I design something?
Yeah, I think you should design
Yeah?
something
Okay.
now. Let's do it.
I was telling you this earlier,
Mm-hmm.
and you probably have heard this joke chat a few times, but my whole personality is my wedding that is coming up. And not only that, but all of my friends are getting married and stuff. It's a fun time in my life. So one thing that I'm really interested in doing right now is creating merch for weddings and, bachelorette parties, all the things.
Every wine glass, every tumbler
Exactly.
mug.
They have to match. Obviously.
They have to. That's the rule.
This is my favorite thing is too, where not only can you do the workflow that we were doing where you create in Adobe Express and then you download it, but you can also have this great integration right with Adobe Express.
It's also completely free
also
as well.
free. Yes.
So check that part out too.
So this is great because again, you don't need design backgrounds at all.
I don't have any skills in designing. We are not graphic designers.
but I feel like we've done a good job today.
We've done an okay, adequate job.
I really like this. I don't think that this was here earlier. I think that they might have just added this. I don't know.
That wasn't there during our live
It
stream
was
2 hours
not,
ago.
but this is so cute, and I think that this could easily. This is not what I was doing, but
that is the
wanna-
beauty of artistic creativity. We're finding something that we're passionate about,
Yeah.
and we're making the most of it.
Okay.
Meghan going. Where? Where is Meghan going? Who knows? Chat.
To the chapel.
Tell me.
Sorry, it's too cheesy. I know.
Will we get copyright struck if I start singing the song?
No.
Oh, perfect. Thank you all so much for joining us. While Meghan designs her stuff, I will just remind everybody that you can find all of this free integration over at Spring by Amaze. Make sure you remove the white backgrounds, as I sometimes forget to do
Yeah.
on live
I mean,
streams.
sometimes the background's cute. This is the perfect yellow color.
That is
right?
the perfect yellow.
So what I'm gonna do, because I don't want to lose. Well, Meghan is not going. We need to change that. Meghan.
Meghan getting married. Meghan
becomes that. Oh,
I
it's
love the that's
cute.
adorable.
A Fiat.
Oh.
My new last name will be Fiataroni. So
Cute. The T. I love
it's
this.
so cute, right?
This is I think this is what Comic Sans thinks it is.
What
but
is this?
I
Synth mask. You're right.
I love it.
It's so cute.
I
but
love it.
this is such a fun thing because I was just a template that I'm now gonna make into my own thing.
Yep.
I am going to finish making this look cute, and then I want to come in here and add my brand colors because I like this, but I don't.
We got to personalize a little
Yeah,
bit.
it's
We got to
not-
make sure it looks all kinds of
maybe
fancy and
becomes-
nice.
Yeah, no, I don't love that. You know what I'm gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
Finally, a Fiat.
Oh, I dig it.
It did take my fiance, he's probably watching, 9 years to propose, so.
No judgment. In our own time, when you're
So,
ready.
Finally, a Fiat. Okay, so that looks cute. I'm gonna change the colors. I was explaining this earlier, but one thing I love about Adobe Express is it has these brands. So I have like my color palette for my brand, so I can actually just say apply brand. Oops, not share brand. Apply brand.
You don't want to share your brand with the...
Ooh, it changed my fonts.
It did change it. We
That's
do
okay.
know the font,
We
though.
do know
if
the
we wanna...
font, so I'm going to do it again, and I'm going to say apply brand, because what it did was it took the fonts that were in my brand and put them on there, which is great.
Yeah.
It did what it was supposed to do, but it didn't do what I wanted it to do. Okay.
Ooh, I love this.
Isn't it cute?
This is
Yes.
lovely.
These are the patterns, some patterns I was talking about.
I love the
I'm just going to bring the pattern in. Emma Gustafson, who's another one of our streamers, designed this for me, and she is amazing.
You just have people design patterns and backgrounds and templates for you?
Everyone should go watch the Design Your Wedding in Adobe Express stream that we did a few weeks ago, because yes, we did design.
This
I'm
is
not
so on
kidding when
brand.
I say that. It's like my whole personality.
This is outstanding.
Okay,
I
so
love this.
I love these colors that are in here, and I want these flowers to reflect those colors.
Mm-hmm.
So a great trick here in Adobe Express is coming into this effects, and then we want to put on dual tone. Then you can pick your two tones in here. So I want it to be green, and then the highlights to be, that's not really giving me what I want. So let's try the highlights being like pink.
I love how you just swapped it like it was nothing.
Yeah, that looks cute.
Ooh, I like that. This is very oh gosh, who's that director that they were doing? Is it he did Moonrise Kingdom. Hang on, I'm gonna Google it now
Okay,
because this
Google
is
it.
very much
I will keep changing the colors on these guys.
I will continue to have ADHD and not be able to remember
That's okay.
anything. Wes Anderson.
Wes Anderson. It kind of is.
It's kind of like the quirky, fun, maybe not quite as cursive-y, but I love that you had these templates made. This
I
just
know.
screams your brand
I
in a
know.
nutshell. I've known you for all of like 3 or 4 hours, and
Yeah.
I already know that this
I
is
have,
great.
yeah, very distinct brands for sure. Okay. I'm just going to finish doing these. I'm noticing that the dual tone isn't really giving me exactly what I want because it doesn't have control over like recoloring the whole thing, but it does have control over like what are the highlights and what are the shadows. So you know what? It's good enough. It's good enough.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
And this is half of the fun of all of this, especially for you. You guys should hear this too, not just Meghan and I. Have fun with it. Just mess around. 90% of the first merchandise stuff that I did was just messing around, trying to figure out what worked and what didn't. And I had a grand old time.
I have to add this because Emma made this little thing from scratch and it's so cute.
Is that a lemon, a pear?
It's
Is
a
that-
lemon and a flower.
That's adorable.
I wonder if I'm gonna actually put the same effect on it that I put on this guy, and that way it kind of is more, integrated into this design.
Ooh, very
Kind of
shadow.
like this, like really light
It's subtle.
background.
It's
yeah.
subtle.
And then
I
we send
feel
all
it.
the way to the back.
Chat, do you feel it? Let us know.
I don't know, guys.
That's half the fun of all
I
of this,
don't
is
know.
not knowing, messing it up, then figuring it
I don't
out
like
again.
it. It's okay. I don't like it, but
We're working with
fine.
it. That's art.
Okay, then I love the background color. As we said, it's like the perfect yellow, but because we're gonna put it on a t-shirt and stuff, if the t-shirt is white, this is gonna look weird. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create a shape behind it.
Okay.
Look how cool that is. I'm such a Adobe Express nerd. I inserted this shape and it put it directly into my brand colors.
It's like Adobe knows you.
It does. It gets me. Okay.
You just understand me, brand.
Me. Okay. And then I'm gonna pull it back. That looks so cool.
That, I feel like you should have this at your wedding
I know.
somehow.
I
This
kind of
is
feel like I'm gonna like send everyone the spring link and be like, order merch for my wedding.
please buy this so I can pay for the wedding
You
and then
must
wear
buy
this to the wedding.
Okay, I kind of like the green
Yep.
here. So I'm gonna. Someone in chat said this hack, instead of doing it the way I did it, where you pull it down like this, you can also just hit this button.
Oh,
Easier.
sometimes though, if you want a little bit of the background, it might help to lessen the opacity
Totally.
to 50%. But no, that is so easy to do.
Yeah, there's no wrong ways, right? No wrong ways to do
Exactly.
things. Okay, and then I'm just gonna make the border a little. Ooh, no, that's way too thick. I want it to just be like very subtle, almost like it's a sticker, right?
You could give these away at
I'm
your
going
own.
to. Probably. This is like way cuter than I thought. Okay.
I don't think you were expecting
I
this
was
to
not.
happen
I
when
was
we
not.
first started recording. Let's do this.
And it came from a template. That's
Yeah.
what I love. Like, there's so many templates depending on, like, these are more flyer seasonal moments. But if you wanted to do, like, I'm just going to see what this, just see. T-shirt
Yeah, what else we got?
design. Let's see.
Good design. I love it. Just says,
Rain or shine, good design. That's cute,
I
right?
love that.
So there's like,
There's the keep going. There's yours.
look at that one. That one's
Ooh,
cute too.
that reminds me of the one you did on the last session. A little bit
Yeah.
of,
We might have to bring that in.
you know.
We might have to do another one.
Hey, I'm all for a 6-hour stream of just making designs and art. This is so much
It is.
fun.
This one is fun. And these are all commercially safe. Like, you need to obviously not just, take this.
Right. Don't just take this and print it
Yeah.
as if it is yours.
Put your own
Find
spin on
the
it.
spin.
But it is like, for all of these graphics, they are commercially safe to use. So
Love it.
it's perfect for this. Okay, now I've messed up the browser. There we go. Okay, so we're back to our product. And then I'm just going to say add to product. It might take a second to be able to do this.
If all else fails, we can download it again and re-upload
That's
it.
true.
We
It's
will get
always,
it
and
going.
watch this, actually.
What do we got?
I hope that if we come on to my Adobe Express,
How well does this Adobe know you?
and I did figure,
There it is. There it is.
So I could just pull it up and make edits here too if this is going to take a while.
Boom.
And look, it even shows me there.
Oh, hey,
Shows
that's
that
you.
I'm on.
Am I on? No, I'm not sharing this one with you.
I'll share it with you.
I mean, I don't want to interrupt your wedding merchandise, Megan. This is.
I'm just going to have like a bunch of Don Marshall. Like,
I made you 17 more.
I added elves, secret elves all over. Actually, so fun.
You joke. I might.
So fun.
I would do that.
Okay, so she's working. While she's working, why don't we come over into what I was working on earlier?
Let's do it.
I didn't get to finish this, sad. But this is,
We've had one wedding design, yes.
yes, this was the bachelorette party I'm working with, but I do really want to go over to those templates and see t-shirt design. See this one. I love this flower. So I'm going to add it as a page because I want it to stay in, what? We couldn't upload your file.
Oh, no.
Why? Oh, this is the real one.
Wow, you really do have a lot of wedding designs.
Sorry, this was like the actual design that I did for my friends.
Wow.
Later.
You've been busy.
Yeah, we don't need to get into it. We'll start a new file. Or start a new file.
Sorry,
Okay.
I keep kicking myself off of the green screen, going too far.
This is an interesting question. If I understand it right, about your customer database. I think he's asking if you send the link to your customers, they would get the access, right?
To
Like
this?
to your shop,
Right, yes.
Or is it public?
It's public. It can
People
be
can find
public.
it.
It can be private. It can be an unlisted. So typically, what I will do is
what's it
I will make the launch. Oh, hey, that's me.
I just looked you up.
Thank you.
And
It's Don
right
Marshall
there.
72.
It's the third one.
Boom.
Yeah, so people can look you up
Yeah.
and it's public for anyone to find.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and you should be able to find if we scroll back to mine, if I just click explore, it's donmarshall72store.com. Here it is. And then here's all of the stuff from my previous one, which is why you see a very silly cartoon version of me on a shower curtain. I'm gonna have to take that one down. I don't know how comfortable I feel with people having my face on a shower curtain.
I kind of like it.
Oh, this is the kind of ridiculous you're joining us with
Yes.
for something like this.
Okay, so it's still loading.
Okay.
Wait.
But we can download if we really want to.
Yeah, let's just do that. So because we're in a studio and the Wi-Fi here gets a little funky.
And also
you
we
know.
only have about 20 more minutes in this
so
live stream.
it would just pop up and go directly into the products. It worked for me earlier today, so I really think it's just because of the Wi-Fi situation. So
I'm
let's...
obsessed with that flower too as well.
This one, right? It's so cute. Again, a template that I used, that I found.
This is very much Undertale. It's giving me, like, if you ever played Undertale, it kind of looks a little bit like Flowey.
Okay, let's download this. Oh, hold on. Let's get rid of this. Let's download transparent PNG.
Always want to have the transparent PNG, unless you're doing an all-over print, which is
That's
also
true.
something that we have.
We're gonna discard this, and then we're going to. Add image.
Yep.
I've been watching you do it.
Hey, I'm good at one thing and one thing only. Oh, here, let me scoot down a little bit. Just don't mind me.
And it's the same thing that we did with your stuff. Also, I love like the lines. Wait, if I edit this image.
Oh, did we get it? Come on, Wi-Fi.
Come on. Oh my gosh. Okay,
Boom.
that's another amazing way to do it is like the reverse. So what we've been doing is like editing in Express and then bringing it into Spring. But in this workflow, you could have an image and then edit it. Like maybe I wanted to add a little.
Maybe add. Can you add the flower?
Oh my gosh. Can I add this flower? Let's see. No, you know what I'm gonna do?
What are we doing to do?
We're gonna go to this template. We did t-shirt design. You're so right that this is like the process.
Yes, this is the creative process. You were watching it happen.
I don't know if we can do that, but
Oh yeah, because it's already
a
its own
thing.
template.
But let's see what else it's got in terms of.
We can add fun. We can just add flames if you want. Don't actually do that. This is a beautiful design. More flowers.
These are cute. Okay, I'm just gonna drop these in there and see because they're kind of on brand. But let's do something crazy. Let's go to media.
Okay.
Let's generate an image.
Okay.
Okay, I will preface this. This is a live stream, and we never know
What we're gonna
get. So I'm gonna say cute cartoon flower with a smiley face. Smiley face. Okay. We want it to be graphic because the rest of it is graphic. And then you can do other things like if you have exact types of art you want it to look like. But let's just see what is happening here. Fingers
I'm so
crossed.
ready for this. Can you feel the tension?
Yeah, it was scary.
It's like, who wants to be?
Oh, wait, she's so cute. That is so cute. Okay, and then I'm just going to. The cool thing here is like because it has this generate image button, you can edit it and stuff. So I'm just removing the background and then I'm going to erase this little part at the bottom.
Boom.
Because I want it to like sit on top of one of these.
Oh.
Oh my gosh, this is like me as a flower. Okay. So.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come home and be like, I made us t-shirts.
Honey, you're not gonna believe this. I have 15 different designs.
I did it. Okay. He's gonna be like, no. And then, oops, I'm going to come to the layers, open the layers up. Why is that not working? Well, it's fine there. I want to make it dual tone though, to be the same as what we were doing earlier. So let's kind of just play around with this dual tone. Oh my gosh, that's kind of chaotic. I kind of love it.
Oh, here, let me.
Look how cute. No,
Hello.
not what we want.
Hello, my name is Meghan too.
Okay.
That's a
He needs to come down here a little bit. And then that's super cute. Okay. And then let's go back to the product.
Okay.
I wonder if this is going to take the same amount of time as the other one was.
We shall
No.
see. Boom.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
There it is.
Great workflow.
Okay.
That you can bring something in, edit it in Adobe Express, vice versa. This integration is seamless.
Yeah, it works
It's
perfectly.
seamless. Okay, so we're going to make it a little cutesy in the corner. And let's see the preview of it.
Oh,
I'm getting these printed.
well done.
Oh my gosh.
Well done.
It's cute.
Well done.
Shoot, the PNG.
We have to do the thing. We got to do the thing. Always remove the background.
Okay,
Always remove.
Let's edit it.
We can just edit it right
Yeah.
here within Spring Amaze.
This is great. Okay, so we're just gonna take the background, do the little X
Click
trick,
the button. Click add to product.
Painted bad. It's going. The Wi-Fi in here. Amazing. Perfect.
We got it.
Wow,
We did it, chat.
Really love this. And I also want to put it on the background, or in the back.
You want to put it on?
The back of the product? Can I do that too?
You know what? On this particular one, I don't think you can.
That's
but
okay.
We can do all over print
do
after.
another one.
You and I are gonna talk after this, and then because I think you might actually be buying these.
I actually might. No, I'm not gonna buy them. I'm gonna make my guess. So eyebrows. No, I'm kidding. Okay, so let's
do
see.
it.
I want to show the gray because I like the gray.
The gray is very nice.
But I also put in pink and wait. I just want to see blue is cute.
Ooh,
too.
that's a nice contrast.
So now it has the white, the gray, the pink, the blue. So we can have any of those. But I think I like the gray the most.
Yeah, that
and
works.
And then continue.
That works.
What else should we put it on?
I feel like it's a sticker.
sticker.
It's 100%
It's
a sticker.
What a great
Yeah.
little thing.
And then we mentioned this before, but the thumbnail populates with the actual design on it as well.
I said I was a crew neck girl, so I'm gonna add a crew
Gotta
neck.
have the crew neck.
Oh, Christmas ornaments.
Yeah.
Wait, me and my fiance, we collect Christmas ornaments
There you go.
everywhere we go, so this would be cute. I am going to edit this in here. Okay, so actually, question for you.
Yeah.
If I edit this and I make it into a circle, will it change it on my other design into a circle?
You know what? Within Express, I'm not sure how that integration's
Let's
gonna
see.
work. You wanna find out together?
Yeah, let's find
out
out.
together.
So I'm going to, this is kind of going to be a hack because it is, we imported it as a PNG, so it's not as editable as if we would have just designed fully in here because, again, the Wi-Fi, not because the integration isn't perfect, because it is. So I'm going to do a little hacky here.
A little hacky hack.
A little hacky. And I'm going to, like, turn this into a circle. Let's see if this works. We'll just see, right?
I'm down for whatever. Let's see what happens.
Okay, let's see what happens.
We do have to make sure that it is in the background. Oh, you've got two circles. There we go.
Yeah, okay. No, let's just hide the whole design with our circle. Okay. Okay, let's just see what it looks like.
All right. Boom.
Again, a little hacky, just to make it look a little bit better on that ornament.
Yeah.
Let's see. And I'm so curious if it's going to update the whole process. Okay. Look at this. It made it like fit perfectly onto the safe areas.
Love that
So pretty.
so much.
All right, not perfect, but
Close
get the
enough. I'll take
you
it.
get the gist. I'm like such a perfectionist, and
Are
I actually
we
am
doing
gonna
this?
add these.
Let's do it.
I'm taking off. I'm gonna take off the circle.
This is the kind of artistic obsession that we here at Spring Maze strive for.
Yes.
For everybody
It's
to
like
just,
really fun.
It is. It's kind of addicting.
Yeah.
Just kind of fooling around, just doing whatever on here.
Okay, it's cute. She's so cute.
Yeah.
I feel like $15 is an okay amount.
Let's do it.
Oh, you know what we can do? We can make the background a cute color. I'm like too into this now. That is so cute. It matches the flowers.
Join us 6 hours from now.
Yeah,
once
seriously.
once Meghan
Once I
finally
love
has exactly what she wants.
Okay, what else do we got? What else
Literally, the world is our oyster when it comes
Okay,
to bucket hats.
I'm gonna do a bucket hat, but I want to bring in that pattern that we talked about earlier.
Yep,
So we're
let's
gonna
do it.
see that.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna finish this, and I'm gonna say, finally, I am not a speller. Good thing.
or a graphic design. But
Or a
apparently
graphic-
now you're both.
Yes, finally a Fiat Meg's wedding decor. I'm going to say, hi guests. Buy my merch.
I so hope somebody that is invited to your wedding is watching
I
this
really
live
hope
stream
they
right
are.
now.
Really.
This is incredible.
It's funny because it's not a joke. I'm actually going to be like, and hello, here's my, oh my gosh, this is so cute. Okay, I'm going to drop this in my group chat later. But let's create another listing.
Let's do it.
I really want to try. I know we only have a few minutes left, but
Let's do it. We're speeding. We're speeding our way through this. This
we
is
are. I
how it
want to
works.
try the bucket hat.
Let's do it.
Okay, so these are all products that
Yes.
Spring offers.
Yes, these are all of the things. We can. You have the search function up top if you want
Oh,
to just type in hat.
Perfect.
There's also a drop-down menu. We thought of
You
everything.
really did. Okay, so this is crazy in a good way.
Yes.
Like, it's crazy how precise you can get with
Mm-hmm.
what you want it to look like. So I'm going to open back up my Express, and I hope this works this time. If not, we'll do the same trick. We'll go to our stuff, and we'll go to... Let's go to...
What are we thinking?
What was it in? Brand. It was in my brand.
Yes.
We'll go to my wedding brand, and then I like this one. She also made this one for me. Emma.
How many did?
If Emma's watching, she literally is the best human ever.
Shout out
I
Emma.
love Emma. Emma will be back in a few weeks, so join us
Hey.
for her live stream. Okay, add to product. Let's see. If the Wi-Fi is being weird, then we'll do it the other way. In case, let's go here.
Hello,
Let's
Flowey.
find it.
Boom.
Oh, it worked. Okay, great.
Perfect.
So, I'm going to position this. Can we turn it? Yes. we
Yes, you should be able to
can.
turn so that the 16:9.
Perfect. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for this done. I'm freaking out.
Join us in a couple of weeks when Megan will be wearing this hat
Yes.
live on stream.
I will have a full shop by then and a full functioning shop.
I've accidentally created a new Spring customer and
monster.
user for all of this. A new design every day.
Okay. It's so
There
cute.
it is. There it is.
I need to make it smaller.
It kind of matches the sweater you're wearing.
It kind of does, yeah. Wait, but this should go on Emma's shop because this is her design. And I'm going to make this for Emma.
Emma, this is for you. This one is 100% for you.
Okay. Wait, she's so cute. I love it.
I do too. I'm a huge fan of this.
So
And
cute.
you know what's great? Actually, if I know we don't have that much time left. If you go back to the bucket hat
Okay.
in the edit,
Tell me.
you can add multiple images. Down on the bottom for
so
the
it would
design,
be-
you could add as many different versions for how big or how small you want. So if you want the top of the hat to be the lemons, but then the bottom panel front to be other things, like if you wanted to
Got it.
include the finally a fiat on the top of the hat,
Stop.
as many. Seriously,
Stop.
That's what we're here for. I'm here to show off the thing.
Oh my gosh, let's
Add
do that.
image, find it, boom, finally a fiat, bring it down.
Oh,
And there it
my
is.
cute.
Now here, I'll duck out of. Thank you.
I want to see. Obviously, it will just have the brim right now because I haven't done it all, but
That's the power.
wait, I'm sorry.
That's the power.
Let's-
I've created a monster.
You really
I fear.
have. I'm gonna be really good. I'll be here doing this.
Don't worry about the 1 p.m. stream, folks. This
Yeah,
is
this is it.
just Megan's stream now. We don't
I live here now.
we don't judge.
Okay, this is the brim bottom. I'm sorry, we have to finish this. Then I'll wrap it up, I promise. This is too good. I'm obsessed with this. Okay. Actually, though, could I put this behind this one?
I believe it would have to be an upload or
Okay,
ascend to the
let's
front
try it,
or
let's
back,
try.
but we've got T-minus 30 seconds until we need to wrap. No, I'm kidding.
no.
We've got time. We've got time.
I was like, no, we have to finish.
No,
The
let's do
people
it.
have to see this.
The people have to see.
They have to.
Okay, so we do that. Boom, boom.
I had just downloaded it, by the way. If I did that really fast, I just downloaded it. And let's
Boom.
kind of try to make this match that one.
You're cutting a little bit on the top right here. Might want to bring that down a little bit.
This one?
Yeah,
Okay.
you're just cutting in right up here.
Oh, I see. I
Yep,
see.
yep,
I
yep.
see. Okay, cool. We'll do that. And then I'm going to add in this finally a fiat and see if it will go over.
Sure will. Sure will.
I'm going to order these.
This is
These got
amazing.
so good.
Oh,
Okay,
I love this.
Let's see the
preview.
Give it a sec.
Beautiful. Beautiful. And hey, if you didn't want it on top, you could put it on the front. If you
Yeah.
didn't, we could put it anywhere.
I love it on the top. I love the idea of it being on the top. Okay, continue adding to the store. And then I did want to show the shower curtain because we talked about that earlier.
Yes, we had the design.
And we put a silly face on it, but I actually think it would look really cool with the shower.
Or a blanket. That's my other favorite.
Yeah, maybe better. Like who?
Either way, we can choose whatever we want. Fleece, shower
Is it
curtain.
adding?
Yes. So on the left-hand side, you have
Okay.
the shower curtain.
And then
If you click select product, it'll allow you to choose between one of the few that we have. So the blankets,
There we go.
we got a whole thing.
shower curtain, okay, and then I want a blanket. Amazing. Let's just edit it and see what it will look like on
Hop
here.
on in.
Okay, so this is just the pattern,
Mm-hmm.
and we'd want to make it bigger
Just slightly bigger.
to do the whole thing, obviously. Oh, I
Yeah, you're gonna have to. Might be a little small. All right, so this is another important thing that you'll
is
need to
good.
know. You have to have a fairly decent sized pattern
File,
and
yeah.
file size
Yeah.
for.
That makes sense. I just want to see what.
Yeah.
That's cute.
I love that.
This is really cute.
This is very. Thank you, Emma, for
Yes.
making this pattern.
Emma is the best.
I love it.
She's the best. Okay, so it's not going to let me add it because it's too low quality, which is great that it will tell me that and
Yeah.
not let me order it and not let me send it to
Yeah,
people
yeah.
with like low resolution, which is great. And then I'm going to add this ornament too.
Ooh.
I'm going crazy.
Yeah. Don't stop her now, folks.
I can't stop.
She's on a roll.
We really have to wrap up. Okay. And then the same thing of like lemons. I'm just going to go fast because we have to wrap it up. And I want it to be public. And then that is the site that I prepared. And I want to
Boom.
here, share URL. Wow.
Hat.
Wait, and this is the store that I've now created. We started this stream 56 minutes ago when I didn't have a store at all.
What are you waiting for?
Everyone can do it. We're going to drop the links in the chat so that you can do this as well. But thank you so much for joining us, and thanks for being here,
It was
Don.
an absolute pleasure
This
being
was
here.
so fun, and it flew by.
It really did. We join us next time for whatever other wedding stuff
It'll
you're
be
going
like
to.
a post-wedding thing, and I'll just bring all my wedding decor. Anyways, we do have one more session teaching you how to make money with your creativity. This one's going to be all about brush sets, so that's really brush packs, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
So that is really exciting, and I'm super excited to hear about this, so stick around. Thank you, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Thanks.
Hey everybody, welcome back again. My name is Ann Chan and I'm your host, and with me is Shauna Lynn. Hi Shauna.
Hi, Anne. How are you?
Doing well. We're so excited to have you back on the stream and to share what you have for us. Just want to say thank you all that's watching. We appreciate you for being here. If you have any questions, please ask in the chat on Behance or YouTube, and we will do our best to answer them. All right, let's just switch over to Shauna's screen and she can talk about what she has in store for us today.
Perfect. Okay, well, so I have been building my own brushes for probably 7-8 years, somewhere in there.
Wow, long time.
Yeah, it started because I loved the brushes that Kyle was putting out, but there were certain looks that I wasn't quite achieving, so I learned how to edit them, and then eventually I decided to start trying to build my own. And so I started out with chalk brushes. Because at the time I was doing like digital chalk lettering, and so they were realistic enough that I had clients fooled thinking that I had to redo a chalkboard if they found something they needed to change.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so it was really fun because I'm like, yay, I cheated the system a little bit. And so from then on, I was like, now that I've achieved this, like every brush I make needs to be as realistic as possible. And so like back in, I think, September, out of the blue one day, I just had an urge to create more brushes. And so I pulled out a bunch of like my analog tools, ink, paint, pencils, etc., different paper. And I just started making random marks. I scanned everything in and I started building brushes. And I had to actually stop myself because I can spend a whole day just making them because I just get caught up in what I'm doing. But I've been having a lot of fun creating like watercolor brushes and various ink brushes and paint brushes. And then it hit me that I really wanted to start curating packs. So I was thinking of different ideas and I thought, well, why don't I create brushes based on locations?
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, so I started out with an Iceland pack. I did a Chicago pack, an Iceland pack, a Ring Road pack. Like I've done a whole bunch of them at this point. And so I thought I'd show the process of like making the cover image. And we're going to see how much of this we get through because I'm really slow when it comes to illustrating stuff sometimes.
Not a problem.
But I wanted to show, the process of this, but also demo the brushes in the process.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited.
Yeah. I'm very, very excited about this. So I am going to I have a color guide I made. And so I have this, and I put this together because I wanted to have like consistent colors among my work. So I only work from like this palette.
Okay. That's a really neat way to make sure you're only working, from those colors.
Yeah.
And where are you selling your brushes at?
Currently they're on Gumroad, and so it's shaunalynn.gumroad.com.
Cool.
So I've got a whole bunch of them up there ready to go.
And you said how many brushes you have?
I've got multiple packs. In the grand scheme of all the ones I've made, I'm at like over 500.
Over 500?
Yes, but to be fair, like the thing with making brushes in Photoshop is that if you change them a little bit and you didn't save the previous version and you prefer the previous version and you forget what the settings were.
Oh, okay.
Then
so you kind of have like different versions of the same brush, sort of.
Yeah,
but they
it's
have
like
this minor, subtle differences.
Yeah, and some of them like are ones that I'm like, I don't really like it, but I want to save where it's at just in case.
Just in case you might want to use it in the future.
Yeah, or in case like what I'm doing I don't like and I want to start back where I was. So like
very cool.
One of my folders in here, I've got several folders in here, and all these are just called like brush builds and the date I did them. So I pull from all of these.
There's so many.
And I've had a lot of fun because it really is a nice and fun challenge. So I had done a poll on Instagram for which pack I was going to do on here, and Roadside Rest Stop won.
Okay. So
I thought we'll do this on the stream and we'll make it fun. I'm going to try and make it kind of like Old West. And so all the brushes are named based on that theme. So like right now I'm using one called Hideaway Sign, and then I've learned to put a note as to what type of brush it is. So this one is like a build-up type of paint, simply because if I don't do that, I forget what the brush is. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to take the opacity down of this, and then I'm going to just lay down like a wash of color, basically. That's way too dark. Hold on. There, that's better. So I'm just laying down a color base so that I've got something to start with.
I've never seen like someone reference colors using like swatches like that. It's so cool because I imagine like I would just go into like a swatch panel and pull colors that way, but having all your colors out as a separate image and just doing like the eyedropper tool, that's a really cool way to do it too.
Yeah, I found what was happening was like I was having too many like weird tone mixes. Like there was no consistency when I was creating, and because you can mix like warm and cool, but I was having trouble where like the colors just weren't working together. And so I ended up like pulling, like I did the Roy G. Biv type thing, and then I added a couple extra in there that I knew I'd need, and then I pulled like my favorite of those, and then I did a darker tone with an adjustment layer, and then I did a light one with an adjustment layer, and then I pulled that up and I did another adjustment layer to lighten it and kind of desaturate it a little bit, then darken and desaturate, and then a black and white version. So that way I had at least something, consistent to work with.
Yeah.
And then I can go, from tones of those if I need to use different tones. So right now I'm just going to fill it in, and the way I've set the brush up is every time you put the brush down, it changes the brightness and saturation just a little bit, so that it looks more like a realistic like paint.
Right. Yeah, I like that there's bits of pink poking through. That creates a really nice texture that's true to when you actually paint.
Yeah. And I can do this with a white layer behind it, but you lose that nice warm feel. So
looks so much better with the pink underneath.
Yeah, if I were doing you can do different, underlayer tones. You can do one that's cooler, and that'll change how the piece feels. And this one I went with the warmer pink because it's more of later in the day, a later in the day rest stop type of thing. So you've got your billboard here. It's like food next exit. So let's go. And then the way I'm painting is I'm treating it as if I were painting on paper.
Yeah, with a lot of layers.
And
overlapping strokes.
Yeah, and I'm not doing I'm going and kind of butting up as if I had a paintbrush. And
ooh, those textures are beautiful.
Thank you.
I love that.
And that makes all the difference because this actually ends up looking kind of like a gouache wash, gouache colors.
Yeah, I did take some gouache classes, and I really like the dry gouache textures when you have more of a dry brush and you use the gouache paint. I think that looks really nice.
Yeah, I remember seeing you're doing portraits of your cats, right?
Yes, I did paint some gouache paintings of my cats.
They were really good.
Thank you.
I don't have the patience or room in my studio area to paint with actual paint and analog tools.
Yeah, well, for me it was if I really wanted to do it, I needed to take a class where I had somewhere to go to, and I invested money towards it.
Accountability.
Yes. Otherwise, if I just buy the paint supplies and try to do it at home, I would not get anywhere.
Yeah. Gouache paints are so fun because they're a nice mix between watercolor and acrylic. So they can paint, you paint them with like acrylic, but you can water them back down and rehydrate them, and they're fun.
Well, I think it's really cool that you're showing creative resources as digital products. I think as creatives, when it comes to selling products, our mind immediately goes to like tangible physical goods like art prints, t-shirts, and stickers. But actually there's like a whole category of creative resources for other artists. So things like brush pack that Shauna's working on. I've seen people sell like presentation templates.
Yeah.
There's digital mock-ups. I mean, stock images and photos. Those are creative resources as well. What are some other
Stock images. Or did we already say stock images?
stock images? Yes. Like workshops. You could package that
Yeah.
into like a ebook or a PDF guide. So there's so many possibilities out there.
Yeah, there's artists too that'll even sell PDFs of just like their sketchbooks. Say they go travel somewhere and they're like,
Oh,
and they'll do
really?
like a travel sketchbook and they'll scan everything and then
That's
sell a
so
PDF.
cool. Like a printable sketchbook. Or
Yeah.
like they could just browse it digitally too. But that's really neat.
Yeah, just a way for them
I
to.
haven't seen that before.
Yeah, it's really cool because it's nice because I love seeing how other artists sketch and like
Yeah.
what their thought process looks like. So it's really fun to kind of almost get a
It's
view
almost
into
like
that.
when you buy like zines from artists, but it's just like a
Yes.
digital format.
Yeah, it is. It's like a zine sketchbook. Yeah, it's super, super fun. I think I'm gonna do, yeah, I like this pink for,
Well, if you're watching in chat, I'd love to know what are some digital products you'd love to create and sell.
yeah, one of my favorite, I do mock-ups as well.
Mock-ups.
I love making, I like with the brushes, my aim is to make everything as realistic as possible. And so I've got those in my Gumroad as well. So like right now I've got a bandage set.
Oh, is it like the welly?
Yeah,
Like their container packaging? Or is it like the actual Band-Aid?
the actual Band-Aid.
Fun.
Yeah, there's and my goal with that was like I want it to look absolutely as realistic as possible. And I actually did manage to do it. I made the texture patterns from scratch and did a lot of trial and error trying to get it to do what I wanted it to do, but it actually looks like a legitimate bandage. And so I have other ones that I'm working on, like a postage stamp one. I've got ones that I'm working on prepping to sell for like kid books. So
Oh,
you can like
cover, like your cover mocked up as a real book.
yeah,
That
'cause-
is so cool.
yeah, because I'm a huge proponent. Like if you are, if you're putting something in your portfolio and you can show it in context, it makes all the difference.
Totally. I think that's what makes certain portfolios stand out is when the project is mocked up in various ways so you can really visualize it instead of just like static images of the artwork.
Yeah, because sometimes they just don't work without the context. Plus, you never know who's going to see it. And like, if you have like the bandage mock-up, a company might see it and be like, "Oh, I want that."
Yes.
You know, you never know.
Okay, Idara in chat says, as a photographer, presets are a big one in her space.
Oh
Yeah, like the different presets for editing your photos.
Yeah.
That's a really great digital product.
I've seen it like Lightroom presets, especially.
Alana says, artists who make mock-ups have my deep admiration and gratitude.
There's ones I've seen where I can't figure out how they
How they
make
do
them.
it.
And I've tried to study them and try to figure out how they do it because they just look so good.
Realistic, yeah.
And I've managed to, make realistic ones, but I have, there's definitely a limitation to that, in depending what you're trying to make. And there's ones that they make them and it's just way more simple than what I put out there. Because those files get big fast.
The mock-up files, yeah. Typically they're Photoshop files, right?
Yeah. And what you can do too is if you want to sell it as like a mock-up template, once you save it out, you go to your file and you add a T to the end of PSD, So it's PSDT, and what it'll do is you can open it in Photoshop, but it doesn't, you don't mess up the original file. So you still have your
Okay.
original file, and then you save that, you do a save as on that one.
That is really interesting. I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, I only learned about that recently, but I was like, that makes so much sense, because then you don't, you know, screw up the source file that you have. And then you can just keep, you know, redoing it and remaking them.
So it looks like you're filling the desert part
Yes.
of the illustration with this beautiful blush color, is what I meant to say.
Yeah, it's like a, would you say this is like a mauve?
Oh, yes, yes. That's a better term for it.
But
Better
like,
name.
blush works too, so. But this is also like, I don't like to just like drop color in. I like to make sure that you can see like paint strokes and stuff, so it takes me time. But we're gonna see how much I actually get done. But look how like harmonious those colors work.
Yeah, it's looking really good.
And we're gonna do the road. I think that works. We'll try it. We'll see. Because I'll end up going over it with another brush at some point with probably a slightly altered color. Because this may be too close to the mountains, but I also will be adding texture to those. Because there's 11 brushes in the pack.
I see we have Maeve in the chat. Hi, Maeve. If you're just tuning in, Shauna here is working in Photoshop or Fresco?
Fresco.
Fresco. She's working in Fresco to demo her brushes that she has created, and she's creating kind of like the cover thumbnail image to promote her brush packs.
Yeah. And they'll go up for sale on Gumroad. Depending on when I finish it. Hopefully today. I have a 4-hour flight ahead of me.
This also kind of reminds me of like markers
Yeah.
because of the bleeds. Like when the layers and the colors get darker. It's looking really nice.
That's the fun thing too with like if you were to make a marker one, what you do is you take the flow down and then you can set it to multiply so that it goes over it without being so heavy and opaque that you lose it. But that's a fun thing with like brushes too, is you can play with the flow and that'll change just how much of the like quote unquote paint is laid down.
So in Fresco, there's these live brushes, right?
Yes.
So are these like, how do you create live brushes? Like yours is not technically live, is it?
Yeah, no, it's not. The live brushes are completely different. And you can adjust them to save them as a new brush.
Okay.
I don't play with them all that often, honestly.
Okay.
But the watercolor ones are really cool because
Yeah.
you can actually like click
See the
your-
bleeds happening, right?
Yeah, and then if you click on your layer, you can like choose dry. And you can dry your layer so that then you can put more color down.
That's so cool.
Yeah, they really thought of so many cool things with this app. I'm gonna let's try this one, see how that looks. What's crazy about color too is like that looked like it was really dark until I put it here and it does not look as dark. Like even
Yeah,
just
our eyes trick us sometimes. It like depends on what color it's touching.
yeah, because like right here, if you look in the bottom corner, like this and this are the same color, but it looks way dark here versus here where it looks
Right.
much lighter and it's the same color. Color theory is really fun, but it's also really trippy. So like this may be too dark. So this is a case where I'd like kind of just move it around to find a happy medium. Just so that I can lay color down because I can always go back over it.
So Amber in chat is wondering if you would recommend paper texture screen protectors for drawing on the iPad. Do you currently have like a paper texture?
I have a matte anti-glare
Matte anti-glare.
because it's cheaper than buying one of the paper ones.
I don't use any sort of screen protector on my iPad at all. It's just the iPad surface itself.
Yeah.
I'm just used to it that way. I've never tried those paper textures before, so I don't really know how they feel compared to just
Yeah.
the regular iPad.
I don't like the feeling of drawing directly on the glass, but I also like if the sun or light hits in a certain way, I don't want to blind myself.
Right.
But two, excuse me, I feel like the sometimes like the gloss shiny, no protector glare can interfere with like drawing and you can't see part of your screen.
Yeah.
So I use the anti-glare mostly to just kind of help with that sort of reflecting. But I also like the resistance it gives the pencil because it's like just enough that I feel like I'm drawing more on paper. Just because I can't stand the feeling of the glass. Like I taught a workshop at Apple and I had to use one of their iPads. They wouldn't hook mine up, and I was trying to draw on the glass, and I'm like, it's so slippery.
It is slippery. I'm just used to it though.
Yeah. I don't know. I could not bring myself to do it. I much prefer a screen protector. All right, so here's where we're at. Let me turn off the sketch real quick so you can see. Yeah, so like you see how these kind of like get together here and they blend together. So it kind of ends up looking like paint.
Yes.
Like if you were painting with a paintbrush next to it. So we're gonna do this billboard now, and I'm gonna pull a different brush because we have time. So I've got all these different options here. I want to try to make sure that I show as many as I can. So like I don't know how obvious it is with this, but I don't know if you can see like there's like a little bit of an edge on these.
Yeah.
So
There's some nice textures.
Yeah, I've got a soft pastel I made that's has a little bit. Let me turn this off and see if this helps a little. Not really. Sometimes if you don't use a light enough color for it to be visible. There we go. There it is. Okay, I was pressing way too hard to start. So you see how it's kind of pooling at the edges here. Like I set this one up to look like if you are drawing on a piece of like textured paper with a soft pastel, and how like the actual material of the pastel like beads up at the ends.
Yeah, like they kind of gather together at the edges.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I was going for with that. And the way that the brushes work in Fresco versus Photoshop is there's a little bit of a difference between the two, but they're similar enough that I feel comfortable with them. But you've got like this, charcoal pencil type thing.
Ooh.
I
love that one.
And then I like have a sketch pencil in here.
So do you create your brushes in Fresco, or do you use Photoshop and then convert them into Fresco brushes?
I make them in Photoshop because right now you can make Photoshop brushes and integrate them into Fresco, but they don't go the other way.
Okay.
So if if I edit a brush in here, I'm not able to put it use it in Photoshop. So like if I make a change to this and I save it as a new brush, it's grayed out if I try to access in Photoshop.
I see.
So we've got
Like a kind of a charcoal-y.
yeah. And this is one that like you can build it up.
Nice.
So let's make our, oh yeah, this is one I really like. This is what I'll use to go over the, over these areas with a different like color or a slightly altered color. Okay, that's not the one I wanted. We're gonna use the soft paint one for this. And then,
So each piece of the illustration, they're on separate layers as you're coloring. So for example, what if you want to change like the color of the sky to like a different blue? Like, do you just go back to that layer and overlay a new color on top, or is there a way to change the colors more easily?
if I don't want to like layer a new color on it yet, what I can do is I can go down and I can add an adjustment layer, and then I can just clip it to the,
Oh, okay.
yeah, just clip it so I can adjust it based on like what I
yeah.
might want.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so it makes it easy to like make changes if I need to.
Yeah, and then you can preview it and then
Yeah.
just go back to the original if you don't like the new one.
Exactly. So if I've wanted to like, adjust things, I can move things, I can edit it enough that I don't have to repaint it, which is really a nice thing. And then and sometimes I just throw down colors so there's color because I like change it later.
Mm-hmm.
And then I make sure that my smoothing is fairly high so that it doesn't, jitter too much just from my own hand. We're gonna see if I can get this done. It's like now a race against time. So if I have to, I will focus in on an area and we'll do details on that area and then go from there.
Okay, that sounds good.
I already have the lettering rendered out. I did that to like just save myself time so that I wouldn't be panicking today.
Could you just like, for example, the billboard, could you have just drawn a rectangle and then like do like a fill bucket? But I guess you lose like all the texture of the brushes if you do it that way.
Yeah, like I could do it that way, but yeah, you don't get that texture.
Mm-hmm.
And you also will sometimes deal with like the aliasing where,
Oh, right.
because it's the pixels, you'll have like a weird
little
circle.
border.
Yeah, and then you have to go back in and paint over that, and it's a pain.
So this is a longer way, but it gives you better results.
Yeah, you have more control over the outcome.
And it feels more true to like an actual painting.
Yeah.
As well. Love that orange sun.
Thank you. All right.
Nice color against the blue.
So let's turn this off real quick. So this is kind of where we're at right now. And you can see all like the nice paint textures.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to start doing is I'm just going to go into which part am I going to do? Let's do the sand real quick. I'm going to add a little bit more texture there. And I'm going to see if I can just sort of give it a nice little soft adjustment without it being too... Do I like that? I don't know that I like that. That's like too purple. So let's go... Yeah, that's better. And so this is a case where like even though this layer is underneath the billboard, I'm painting in this texture as if it were as if it were just like bumped up right next to it. So that way it still retains that painterly feeling. And if I'm doing a large space too, sometimes I'll do a wide, go wide around these things and then go back and fill in closer later.
Mm-hmm.
Just so that I can like cover more space, right from the get-go. So I do more like that. And then later go and like fill that space.
Have you done any sort of painting? Like with the analog paint and brushes?
Not really. Mostly just because like I don't have the space. Because I have gouache at home. It's so messy to like set up, then clean up, and
yeah.
And I like that digital gives me a little more freedom to adjust things if I feel like I messed up and want to restart. Analog is like way less forgiving. However, I have caught myself when I have done analog trying to double tap to undo.
I have done that myself as well.
Yeah, I like distinctly remember one day I was drawing in a sketchbook and I didn't like a mark I made, and I
just like tapping the paper.
I'd reached over and I was Command Zing on my keyboard, and I'm like, why is it not working? And then it hit me, and I was like, oh, I feel stupid. But it's like, are you really an artist if you haven't done that at least once?
Exactly. Chat, let us know if you've done that as well.
Because I feel it's like universal, I think, at this point. It's like how painters will say, like, don't drink your paint water because they accidentally will, like, set their regular cup next to it.
Oh, I have not done that.
Thankfully, I have not either, but I can see how it can easily happen.
Yeah, mistake it for, like, coffee.
Especially the ones that do use, like, a coffee cup as their water basin. Okay, so I'm just going to go here.
So it looks like you are just blocking out all the major shapes, and then you'll go in and add like the smaller details.
Yeah. So I've got like, there's like little, let me change the blending mode here so it can be seen better. Like there's little grass lines and telephone wires and such. So like those are the last things I put in. And then here there's a little like food next exit billboard. So I think what I'm going to do is get that started. Because like I said, I want to try to get as much as I can done.
So Kate in chat says they've drank their paint water before.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And so has Winter. They said they drank some of their ink wash water, and it was disgusting. But they did not die.
Okay, that's good. That's just like a nightmare idea for me. I feel like that would be traumatizing.
I would like immediately spit it out.
Yeah. I feel like though it's one of those, like you do it once, you'll never do it again.
Yes.
That's the nice thing with digital. You can't accidentally do that.
Winter says they do mostly traditional drawing and painting, a little digital. Thanks for joining us, Winter.
Yeah. Yeah, when I started illustrating like pre-Fresco, pre-iPad and stuff, like I worked in Photoshop. So I've done illustrating in Photoshop like more than half my life at this point. And I started with a mouse.
I want to say I had like a Wacom tablet when I was in high school, and I would use Photoshop, to color. I would scan in my ink drawings of like anime characters, and then I would color them with my Wacom tablet.
Yeah.
Just like the tiny graphite one. I wish I still have that tablet.
I had an Intuos. I got it for Christmas, I think, in...
Were those the big ones, or?
They had 3 sizes. So they had a big, medium, and small. And when I got it for Christmas, and when I first got it, it was, I think, a medium or something. But it was larger than my computer screen, so I couldn't make the connection work. Like, I was drawing like what felt like huge in comparison to the screen. And so we exchanged it for the smaller one, and that one worked so well for me. And I used that actually up until like a year or 2 into my freelance. So, and then I switched to a Cintiq. But I love those tablets, especially for like photo editing. Because I feel like you can get way more precise than you can with a mouse. My goal with this set was to make like gritty type of, like kind of gritty brushes.
Those yummy fries.
Yeah. There's like a little bit of a tangent happening here, so I may pull the cup over the fries a little bit more when I paint that in. But let's grab, and just for the sake of time, I'm just going to do this whole thing on one layer. And then I'll pay for it later. Like, is anyone else in the chat, like, are you a 1-layer painter, or do you have to do like as many layers as possible?
Yeah, let us know in the chat.
Because like I've tried to do the 1-layer thing, and it doesn't work for my brain. But in Photoshop, you can go check and see how many layers you have, and it will tell you. And I had a piece one time that I looked it up, and I had like 273 layers.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that it tells you how many layers. I don't think I've ever had a file with over, I want to say 50 layers.
Yeah.
But my style of work is more lots of solid flat colors and images.
Yeah, with mine, like I finally got to a point where if I'm doing like a kid's book, I do combine stuff on 1 layer. So it does help that workflow a bit more, but there was a point where it was like every element was on a different layer.
So Idara in chat says she loves using the tablet and pencil when editing photos. It's definitely more precise and comfortable than a mouse.
Agreed. I worked for a company called Body Central early in my career, and I had to do photo editing in there, and so I would bring my tablet in from home and just take it to and from work every day. And it got to a point where like some of the buyers would come in to my office because they'd need to edit something. And they started calling it my magic tablet because they didn't understand how it worked, because it's just like a mouse basically in pen form. And then finally I was able to convince my boss to buy me one that I didn't have to tote it back and forth. Because at that point I was like, I don't want to have to do this every day because it's just really inconvenient. But I also needed to like prove to her how it was useful to have.
Yeah, especially if they're like they don't have an understanding of certain creative tools. They do need to see it to understand it.
Yeah. And it made life easier when I didn't have to remember to bring it every day. All right, so we've got this ice cream cone. We've got like
Yummy
2
ice
minutes.
cream.
So we're like here-ish right now.
Mm-hmm.
I knew going in that I wouldn't finish this, so we're gonna go and do the cactus at least and do the detail on that one just to make sure that I show something. And then I'll pop the lettering on top so they can get an idea of like what it will eventually look like. Let's see. I don't want to do that one yet. There we go. That's what I want. So we're going to grab this green, pull it up a little, and then I'm going to paint over it. And actually, I can turn this off so that you can better see what's happening.
Robert says they use both mouse and Wacom in Photoshop, Fresco, and then the mouse in Adobe Illustrator.
Oh, nice. I use mouse in Adobe Illustrator like on the computer desktop. I wish I had better control with the trackpad than I do.
I only ever use the mouse if I'm actually sitting at my desk of my office. Otherwise, if I'm bringing my laptop upstairs to the living room, I'm just using the trackpad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you ever get the like desktop trackpad?
Very frugal. Just whatever already comes with the laptop.
Honestly, I mean, that's smart. I had to invest in like a better mouse last year just because I was doing a lot of work with it. And I was getting to a point where the one I had was like hurting my hand. Because I've always been like, I don't need an ergonomic mouse. No, I do.
But actually you do.
I do, and I did. So I have one that's actually a lot more comfortable for my hands to use.
So Kate says they use an XP pen and use that with Illustrator. I'm not familiar with XP pen. What is that?
It's like a Wacom type tablet, just a different brand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's there's a few. There's like XP. I don't know if they're under like the Huion brand, but there's several different tablet options out there, and they offer like the tablet where you're looking up and drawing on your desk, like an Intuos type tablet, and then they also offer like computer screen tablets. All right, so we've got that. So we've got like some
Looking really good. Different like lights and darks to show like the dimension of the cacti. I don't know.
Yeah, cacti. And then we're gonna pull this nice little purple for the.
Oh, the flower.
Yeah, I'm gonna go darker because that doesn't stand out as well as I want it to. Yeah, there we go. And then I'm gonna go smaller, and we're gonna go there and.
And for this illustration, did you like reference a photograph or kind of came up with this just from your own imagination?
I referenced multiple photographs, and I'm glad you said that because I don't think they're in this file. I think they're in another file. Yeah, they're in a different file, but I had they still on here? Yes, they are. That.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah.
So I pulled
Definitely
different.
see the inspiration.
Yeah, I pulled different references. My first idea was to actually like have a gas station, and then I realized gas stations are hard to draw.
Just way too many details.
Yeah, there was just like too much to think about, and I was like, and I couldn't get the angles of it right. Mm-hmm. So I finally was just like, you know what? We're just not gonna do that.
Well, I love that you had so many different photographs to reference. I think when we're referencing from photos, it's always a good idea to have multiple references so you're pulling from, like a piece from this photo, something from this photo, so that it really becomes a unique image that you can call your own.
Agreed. And it helps too because then you're not just relying on one. You can mentally kind of collage things together.
Mm-hmm. I love that sort of lime green color.
Oh, good. Thank you. Because I was like, I don't know how I feel about this.
I think it looks really good.
And then we'll adjust.
It's got really
a
good
little.
contrast.
Oh, good. Well, thank you. I feel much better about my choice now. And we're going to do, I'll find one more color for that since I've got like three. Since I've got like three colors, so let's pull this. Let's go kind of like that. I think that works.
Well, do you have any advice for someone who wants to get into children's book illustrating?
Yes. You want to, try to find your style, but that's going to evolve and change over time. So, you want to be able to tell a narrative and be able to tell a story. And especially like once you're pursuing projects, you want to have work in your portfolio that can show a story. So like something sequential.
Mm-hmm.
And then also show, layouts in which text can be placed in so that you know how to create a composition around text.
Right. I think it's also a good idea to just consume a lot of children's book, right?
That too. Yes, very much so. Old, new, all kinds.
Yeah.
Because you truly can't get enough of them. And I collect them, so it's like, I collect and then I do like purges now and then.
Purges? Like you throw them away or?
No, I give them away. God, no. I love my books too much. My next door neighbor was moving away, and she had she was a teacher for many years, so she had a huge collection of books, and she wanted to downsize, so she was sending over just bags of books. This is like a few weeks ago this happened. So I have all these like vintage reference books now of like alphabets and kids books and things, and there's a few that I decided I'm not going to keep, so I'm going to pass them pass them forward to like my friends who have kids. But yeah, like whenever I go through my library, I like to kind of remove anything that I find that I'm not really referencing and I don't have like a tie to.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll remove those, and I will either like offer them to my sister she's in that stage of life now where her friends are starting to have babies. And so she has books that she can, give as gifts, because a lot of baby showers these days are asking for books instead of presents.
Yeah, I've seen that. Attended a few baby showers. Also gifted books.
Yeah.
Generally gift books for baby showers. I think they make really great presents.
I do too. And like everyone else is going to give, Goodnight Moon and all the, classics.
Yeah, I prefer to give like books that are designed by people I know.
Mm-hmm. Yes, same. Like I got Jessica Hish's recent book.
Oh, yes. She did like a alphabet book.
Yeah, I think it was Who Will You Be? I think is what it was called.
Yes, we are big fans of Jessica Hish's work.
We are. And I had her sign it and personalize it to my friend's daughter. And so I got to mail it down, so when she opened it, she got to see her name right, there.
That's lovely.
Yeah. But I'm always on the hunt for just, like, really pretty books. I generally go, like, aesthetic over story. Just because I know, like I said, everyone else is going to, cover the classics.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have to worry about that. And I like to bring ones that they may not know about, or they, may not ever come across. Just because then it's something a little more personal. Okay, that's too big. All right, I've got like 3 minutes. So we're gonna do this. This hour went too fast.
Yeah, well, you're doing great. In the chat, Tolu says, with the way Shauna is painting, I definitely have to give Fresco a try.
Yes, I love Fresco, and it's free. They just celebrated 5 years, so like highly recommend you check it out because it really is a fun program. I'm not a huge fan of these lines, so we're just going to leave it for now. But that's kind of like, as I render it out, what will happen is there'll be more detail, more textures pulled in. I can go into this and I can, pull a slightly lighter color and I can go really small with this because this is that pastel builder, and I can just sort of overlay it.
Yeah, add some highlights.
And then what I did for the sake of like timing is this is what's going to go over top, but I'm going to change the colors, and it will more than likely be white on top, just because otherwise you won't be able to see it.
You want to have stronger contrast so you can easily read what, that's looking so much better.
Yeah.
Roadside rest stop Photoshop brushes.
So they're, this is a good, example of like kind of what my brushes end up looking like and like why I curate them the way I do. And with this, like you can see through. So I would go and I'd build up more on this just because I do want to give it a little more, a stronger opacity. So like I'd go in and just kind of clean it up a little bit and add where I can. And so once it's done, like I'll post it to Instagram and stuff, and then it'll be up in my shop. But like I said, going into this, I kind of knew I wouldn't finish it, but I also didn't want to like cooking show it because I wanted to show the process better.
Yes.
And especially because I make so many different changes along the way that like I would probably have hated it and would have redone it anyways.
Well, it looks great.
Thank
Remind
you.
people again where they can find your brushes, where they can follow you on Instagram.
They can find my brushes at shaunalynn.gumroad.com, and they can find me on social media at Shauna Parmesan and on my website at shaunalynn.com. So easy to find. But got another couple moments we can kind of
Keep on doodling.
Yeah, because why not? And so this is another one. This is like that very opaque.
Ooh, yeah.
But what I can do too is I can, right now I have the flow set to 28, but I could bring the flow up and it would be a heavier.
I like that.
And then if I compare it to where it was, you can see the difference. Like this brings out less texture, but this brings out more texture. They're both about equal in terms of the opacity, but the lower flow gives more texture. Payoff.
You can really see the difference in that. All right, well, we have just about a minute left. We had so much fun today. There was so much great content and tips shared by all the guests. So I hope for everyone that's watching, I hope you feel inspired to design and sell your art as products. I want to say thank you so much to Shauna for sharing all her tips and tricks with us. And if you missed any of the streams, you can rewatch on YouTube or Behance. And I guess we will sign off now.
Yeah. Might as
Thank you all for watching. See you next time.
Thank you. Bye.